step into Bertram's hotel, where old-world charm hides a web of secrets. Miss Marple, a sharp-eyed old lady, arrives for a quiet stay, but her village instincts spot trouble. A stolen necklace, a shady train robbery, and a guest knocked out in a locked room. From a flamboyant heiress to a forgetful clergyman, everyone's hiding something. As whispers of a criminal network grow, Miss Marple sets a clever trap, unravelling a plot run by a mastermind no one suspects. Will she catch the culprits before they strike again? Secrets, lies, and justice collide in this cosy mystery. Chapter 1. Arrival at Bertram's. Miss Jane Marple stepped out of the taxi, her small black suitcase clutched in one gloved hand. The air in London was crisp, with a hint of autumn chill, and the street outside Bertram's hotel glowed with the soft light of old-fashioned lamps. She paused, her sharp eyes taking in the tall, elegant building before her. Bertram's hotel stood like a memory from another time, its red brick walls and polished brass sign gleaming as if the modern world had never touched it. Miss Marple, with her fluffy white hair tucked neatly under a sensible hat, felt a flutter of excitement. A holiday in London, and at Bertram's of all places. It was a treat she had promised herself, a chance to revisit the past. The doorman, a tall man with a kind face and a uniform so crisp it looked painted on, tipped his hat. "Welcome to Bertram's, madam," he said, his voice warm as a fireside. He took her suitcase with a practised ease, as if he'd been welcoming guests for 100 years. Miss Marple smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She liked people who took pride in their work. It reminded her of St. Mary Mead, her little village, where everyone knew their place and did their job well, or at least they used to. Inside, the lobby was a dream of old England. Polished wood panels lined the walls, and a grand chandelier sparkled above, casting golden light on a thick red carpet. A fire crackled in a marble fireplace, though it wasn't cold enough to need one. The air smelled faintly of lavender polish and fresh roses, which sat in a crystal vase on a side table. Miss Marple's heart gave a little skip. It was just as she remembered from her girlhood, when she'd come to Bertram's with her aunt for tea. Everything was perfect, almost too perfect, she thought, her mind as sharp as a knitting needle. A young woman in a neat black dress stood behind the reception desk, her smile bright but professional. "Miss Marple, is it?" she asked, checking. "A ledger with a flourish. We've been expecting you. Your room is ready, number 12 on the second floor. I'm Miss Gorringe, the receptionist. If you need anything, just ask." "Thank you, my dear," Miss Marple said, her voice soft but clear. She noticed Miss Gorringe's quick glance toward the lobby, as if checking for something, or someone. It was a small thing, but Miss Marple tucked it away in her mind, like a scrap of yarn saved for later. People often revealed more than they meant to, she'd found, especially when they thought no one was watching. The doorman, whose name tag read Henry, led her to a small, gleaming elevator with brass buttons. It hummed softly as it rose, and Miss Marple watched Henry's reflection in the polished doors. He stood straight as a soldier, but his eyes darted to the side once, just for a moment. Was he nervous, or was she imagining things? Old age made unfanciful, she reminded herself, but her instincts rarely lied. Room 12 was as charming as the lobby. A four-poster bed with crisp white linens stood against one wall, and a window overlooked a quiet courtyard where ivy climbed the bricks. A small writing desk held a vase of daisies, and a silver tray with a teapot and biscuits waited on a side table. Miss Marple smiled. It was all so proper, so comforting. Yet something nagged at her, like a stitch dropped in a knitting pattern. The room was perfect, yes, but it felt staged, as if someone had worked very hard to make it look exactly right. She unpacked her suitcase, hanging her tweed skirt and cardigan in the wardrobe. Her fingers brushed the soft wool, and she thought of St. Mary Mead, where life moved slowly and secrets were hard to keep. London was different, faster, louder, full of strangers. But Bertram's felt like a bubble, a little world of its own. She wondered what secrets it held. After freshening up, Miss Marple decided to explore. She tucked her knitting into her handbag. Habit really, since she rarely knitted in public, and made her way downstairs. The lobby was busier now, with guests chatting in low voices or reading newspapers by the fire. A young couple sat in a corner, their heads close together, whispering. The woman's face was pale, her hands twisting a handkerchief. The man patted her arm, but he looked worried too. Miss Marple's lips pursed slightly. Trouble, she thought. Young people in love often found trouble, though she hoped it was nothing serious. At the far end of the lobby, a woman in a bright red coat laughed loudly, her voice carrying over the quiet hum of conversation. She was older, perhaps in her 50s, with dyed blonde hair and a necklace that sparkled even from across the room. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. That necklace looked expensive, too expensive for a casual stay at Bertram's. The woman was talking to a man in a grey suit, who nodded politely but kept glancing at his watch. A businessman, Miss Marple decided, but not a happy one. She settled into a plush armchair near the fireplace, her handbag on her lap. A waiter appeared almost at once, a young man with slicked-back hair and a smile that showed too many teeth. "Tea, madam?" he asked, holding a silver tray with a teapot and delicate cups. "Yes, please," Miss Marple said. "And perhaps a scone?" "Of course," he replied, pouring the tea with a flourish. "Our scones are the best in London, if I may say so." Miss Marple smiled politely. "I'm sure they are." She watched him walk away, noting how he paused to speak to Miss Gorringe at the reception desk. They exchanged a quick look. Nothing obvious, but enough to make Miss Marple's fingers itch for her knitting needles. People who worked together often had their own language, she knew, made of glances and gestures. But was it just hotel efficiency, or something more? The tea was perfect, of course, Earl Grey, strong but not bitter, with a hint of bergamot. The scone was warm, crumbling just right, with a dollop of clotted cream and strawberry jam. Miss Marple ate slowly, her eyes wandering over the room. The young couple had left, but the woman in the red coat was still there, now sipping a drink and laughing with a different man. This one was older, with a bald head and a nervous twitch in his hands. Miss Marple's mind ticked over. A woman like that, so loud and showy, often had a story. And stories, in her experience, led to secrets. A soft chime rang from the reception desk, and Miss Gorringe looked up, her smile fixed in place. A new guest had arrived, a man in a long black coat, carrying a battered suitcase. He was tall, with grey hair and a face that looked tired, as if he'd seen too much of the world. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. She knew that face, or thought she did. Was it Canon Pennyfather, the clergyman from St. Mary Mead? No, it couldn't be. Canon Pennyfather was forgetful but kind, always misplacing his sermons. This man looked sharper, somehow, yet the resemblance was uncanny. Mr. Pennyfather, Miss Gorringe said, confirming Miss Marple's suspicions. So good to see you again. Your usual room? The man nodded, his smile faint. Thank you, Miss Gorringe. I'm a bit tired from the journey. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind racing. Canon Pennyfather, here at Bertram's? It was possible, of course. He often came to London for church meetings. But something about him felt off, like a picture hung slightly crooked. She made a mental note to keep an eye on him. People who looked familiar but acted strange were worth watching, she'd learned. The lobby grew quieter as the evening settled in. Miss Marple finished her scone and glanced at the clock above the fireplace. It was nearly 7. Time for dinner. She stood smoothing her skirt and made her way to the dining room. The maître d', a stout man with a moustache, led her to a small table near a window. The dining room was as grand as the lobby, with white tablecloths, silver cutlery, and waiters who moved like dancers. Miss Marple felt a pang of nostalgia. This was how London used to be, before cars and noise took over. Her meal was simple but delicious. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and green beans, followed by a slice of apple tart. She ate slowly, watching the other guests. The woman in the red coat was there, now alone, picking at a salad. The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather sat at a corner table, reading a newspaper. The young couple from the lobby appeared, looking less worried now, though the woman still clutched her handkerchief. Miss Marple's eyes flickered between them all, her mind sorting and sifting like a gardener tending plants. As she finished her tart, a sudden clatter broke the quiet. A waiter had dropped a tray, and plates crashed to the floor. The room froze, all eyes on the young man, who flushed red and stammered apologies. Miss Gorringe appeared from nowhere, her smile calm but firm. "No harm done," she said, directing another waiter to clean up. The incident was over in moments, but Miss Marple noticed something odd. The waiter who dropped the tray had been standing near the woman in the red coat, and for a split second their eyes had met. It was a look of recognition, not surprise. Miss Marple leaned back in her chair, her hands folded neatly. The dining room returned to its polite hum, but her mind was buzzing. A dropped tray was nothing, of course. Accidents happened. But in a place like Bertram's, where everything was so carefully perfect, mistakes stood out. And that look between the waiter and the woman, it was the kind of thing most people would miss. But Miss Marple wasn't most people. She returned to her room, her steps slow but steady. The elevator hummed again, and Henry the doorman was there, his smile as warm as ever. "Good evening, madam," he said. "I hope you enjoyed your dinner." "Very much, thank you," Miss Marple replied. She studied his face, but it gave nothing away. Just a kind man doing his job, she thought. Or was he? In St. Mary Mead, she'd known a butcher who smiled just like that, and he'd been cheating his customers for years. In her room, Miss Marple sat at the writing desk, her knitting in her hands. She didn't knit, though. She just held the needles, her fingers moving absently. Her mind was elsewhere, piecing together the day. The perfect hotel, the nervous couple, the loud woman with the sparkling necklace, the man who might be Canon Pennyfather, the dropped tray, the quick glances. It was like a puzzle with too many pieces, none of them quite fitting yet. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where life was simpler, but people were just as complicated. There was the vicar's wife, who gossiped too much but meant well. The baker, who hid his loneliness behind a cheerful laugh. The girl at the post office, who blushed whenever the doctor's son walked by. People were the same everywhere, Miss Marple knew, full of hopes, fears, and secrets. And Bertram's hotel, for all its charm, was full of people. She opened her window, letting in the cool night air. The courtyard below was quiet, the ivy dark against the bricks. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck 8. Miss Marple closed her eyes, picturing the lobby, the dining room, the faces. Something was wrong at Bertram's, she was sure of it. Not a big thing, perhaps, not yet. But little things, like a glance or a dropped tray, could lead to bigger ones. And Miss Marple had a knack for noticing little things. She closed the window and prepared for bed, her movements slow but precise. As she slipped under the covers, she smiled to herself. Bertram's hotel was a lovely place, a perfect place. But perfection, she knew, was often a mask. And masks, sooner or later, slipped. Chapter 2. Tea in the Lounge. Miss Jane Marple sat in the lounge of Bertram's hotel, her small hands folded neatly in her lap. The room was a picture of comfort, with soft armchairs, low tables, and a grand piano in one corner. The afternoon sun streamed through tall windows, glinting off silver teapots and china cups. A faint hum of chatter filled the air, mixed with the clink of spoons and the rustle of newspapers. Miss Marple's eyes, bright and sharp behind her glasses, moved slowly over the scene. She loved tea time. It was when people let their guards down, showing bits of themselves they meant to hide. Her table was near the centre of the lounge, close enough to hear snippets of talk, but far enough to seem unimportant. She wore her usual tweed skirt and a pale blue cardigan, her fluffy white hair tucked under a neat hat. To anyone watching, she was just an old lady enjoying her tea. But Miss Marple was never just anything. Her mind was like a spider's web, catching every stray word and glance. A waiter, the same young man with slicked-back hair from the day before, brought her tea. His name tag read Thomas, and his smile was as bright as the polished silver tray. "Your usual, madam?" he asked, setting down a teapot, a cup, and a plate of scones with jam and cream. "Thank you, Thomas," Miss Marple said, her voice soft but clear. She noticed his fingers twitch slightly as he poured the tea, as if he was nervous. Or was he just tired? She smiled and took a sip, the Earl Grey warm and fragrant. Thomas lingered a moment, adjusting the tray, then hurried off. Miss Marple's eyes followed him. He stopped at another table, where the woman in the red coat from last night sat, her blonde hair catching the light. The woman, who Miss Marple now knew was Lady Beth Sedgwick, was the talk of the lounge. Her loud laugh and sparkling necklace drew eyes like moths to a flame. She was sipping tea, but her attention was on a young girl across from her, maybe 18, with dark hair and a shy smile. The girl looked out of place in her plain dress, her hands fidgeting with a napkin. Lady Bess leaned forward, saying something low and quick, and the girl's face flushed. Miss Marple tilted her head. A mother and daughter, perhaps. But the girl's nervousness suggested something else. At another table, the young couple from the lobby yesterday sat close together. The woman, with pale skin and worried eyes, held a teacup but didn't drink. Her companion, a man with sandy hair and a tense jaw, kept glancing at the door. Miss Marple's lips pursed. They were scared, she thought, like the Miller boy back in St. Mary Mead, who'd gotten mixed up with a bad crowd. Trouble followed fear, she knew, and these two were swimming in it. Nearby, the man who looked like Canon Pennyfather sat alone, reading a book. His grey hair was neatly combed, but his hands shook slightly as he turned the pages. Miss Marple still wasn't sure it was the Canon she knew. The real Canon Pennyfather was forgetful, always losing his glasses or mixing up dates. This man seemed too alert, his eyes darting up now and then to scan the room. She made a mental note to watch him closer. People who pretended to be someone else often slipped up in small ways. The lounge was busy, with waiters gliding between tables and guests chatting over their tea. Miss Marple nibbled her scone, the buttery crumbs melting on her tongue. She loved scones, simple, honest food, like the ones Mrs. Bantry made back home. But here at Bertram's, even the scones felt too perfect, as if baked to impress rather than comfort. She brushed a crumb from her skirt and let her eyes wander. At a corner table, a new face caught her attention. A man in his 40s, with slick dark hair and a sharp suit. He was writing in a small notebook, his pen moving quickly. Every few moments. He glanced up, his eyes flicking over the room like a hawk's. A detective, Miss Marple thought, or perhaps a journalist. He had the look of someone hunting for answers. She wondered what he was writing. A list of guests, a report, or something more dangerous? The piano began to play, a soft tune that floated over the chatter. A young woman in a black dress sat at the keys, her fingers moving with ease. She was pretty, with a quiet grace, but her face was pale, and her eyes kept darting to the side. Miss Marple followed her gaze and saw Thomas the waiter standing near the door, watching her. Their eyes met for a split second, and the girl's fingers faltered, missing a note. No one else seemed to notice, but Miss Marple did. She tucked the moment away, like a pebble in her pocket. Lady Bess Sedgwick laughed again, her voice cutting through the music. She was telling a story to the shy girl, her hands waving dramatically. The girl smiled, but it was a weak smile, like a flower, wilting in the sun. Miss Marple wondered what tied them together. Lady Bess was all flash and confidence, while the girl seemed ready to bolt. Perhaps she was a relative, dragged along to keep up appearances. Or maybe she knew something Lady Bess didn't want shared. The young couple stood suddenly, their chairs scraping the floor. The woman's teacup wobbled, spilling a few drops. She whispered something to the man, who nodded and took her arm. They hurried out, leaving their tea untouched. Miss Marple's eyebrows rose, running from something, she thought, or someone. She glanced at the man with the notebook, who was watching them go. His pen paused mid-word. The lounge door opened, and Miss Gorringe, the receptionist, stepped in. Her black dress was as neat as ever, her smile fixed like a picture frame. She moved through the room, stopping at tables to greet guests. When she reached Lady Bess, they exchanged a few words, and Miss Gorringe's smile tightened. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind ticking. Miss Gorringer was good at her job. Too good, perhaps. She seemed to know everyone's name, everyone's habits. That kind of knowledge could be useful or dangerous. Miss Marple's thoughts drifted to St. Mary Mead, where people's secrets were like open books to those who knew how to read them. There was the grocer's wife, who smiled too brightly when her husband was late. The postman, who lingered at certain houses longer than others. Small signs, easy to miss, but they told stories. Bertram's was full of signs, she was sure. The nervous waiter, the shy pianist, the couple's hurried exit, the man who might not be Canon Pennyfather. And Miss Gorringe, always watching, always smiling. She set her teacup down and opened her handbag, pulling out her knitting. She didn't knit, not really, just let the needles click softly, giving her hands something to do while her mind worked. The rhythm helped her think, like a clock, ticking away the seconds. She glanced at the man with the notebook. He was writing again, his face calm but focused. Miss Marple wondered if he was watching her too. She was used to being overlooked. Old ladies often were, but sometimes being overlooked was an advantage. Piano music stopped, and the young woman stood, smoothing her dress. She walked toward the door, passing Thomas, who gave her a quick nod. Miss Marple's needles paused. Another glance, another secret. She thought of the dropped tray in the dining room last night, the look between Thomas and Lady Bess. Were they all connected? Or was she weaving a pattern where none existed? Old age made one fanciful, she reminded herself, but her instincts had never failed her. Lady Bess stood, her red coat swirling as she moved. The shy girl followed, her steps hesitant. They left the lounge, and Miss Marple noticed the man with the notebook watching them go. He wrote something quickly, then closed his book and slipped it into his pocket. He stood, adjusted his tie, and followed them out. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. A chase, she thought, or something like it. She finished her tea and gathered her things, her movements slow but deliberate. The lounge was quieter now, with only a few guests left. The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather was still reading, but his eyes weren't on the page. They were on the door where Lady Bess had gone. Miss Marple stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. She wanted to see where everyone was going and why. In the lobby, Henry the doorman was polishing the brass railing, his face as calm as ever. Miss Gorringe stood at the reception desk, writing in her ledger. The air was warm, scented with roses and polish, but Miss Marple felt a chill. Something was brewing at Bertram's, something hidden behind the perfect smiles and silver trays. She thought of the village hall in St. Mary Mead, where a stolen purse had led to a much bigger crime. Small things, she knew, could unravel big ones. She paused by the desk, pretending to check her key. "Such a lovely lounge," she said to Miss Gorringe, her voice mild. "The tea is quite perfect." Miss Gorringe's smile was instant. "We're so glad you think so, Miss Marple. We do our best to make everyone feel at home." "Oh, you do," Miss Marple said, her eyes crinkling. "It's like stepping back in time." She noticed Miss Gorringe's hand pause on the ledger, just for a moment. A small thing, but enough to make Miss Marple's mind hum. She turned, Toward the elevator her steps slow. Henry tipped his hat as she passed, and she smiled back, but her thoughts were elsewhere. The lounge had been full of clues, nervous glances, hurried exits, a notebook full of secrets, and Lady Bess Sedgwick, with her loud laugh and sparkling necklace, was at the centre of it all. Or was she? Miss Marple knew better than to jump to conclusions. In St. Mary Mead, the loudest people often hid the quietest secrets. Back in her room, she sat by the window, her knitting in her lap. The courtyard below was dark now, the ivy a shadow against the bricks. She thought of the shy girl, the nervous couple, the man with the notebook, the maybe cannon. Each was a piece of the puzzle, but the picture was still blurry. She closed her eyes, letting the day's images settle in her mind. Bertram's hotel was a stage, she decided, with everyone playing a part, but some parts were lies, and lies, she knew, always came undone. She set her knitting aside and prepared for bed, her movements calm but precise. As she turned off the lamp, she smiled to herself. Tea time had been lovely, yes, but it had also been revealing, and Miss Marple was very good at noticing what others missed. Chapter 3. The Vanishing Necklace. Miss Jane Marple sat in her favourite armchair in the lounge of Bertram's hotel, her knitting needles clicking softly in her hands. It was late morning, and the room buzzed with quiet chatter, the clink of teacups, and the faint rustle of newspapers. Sunlight poured through the tall windows, making the polished wood tables gleam. Miss Marple's sharp eyes, hidden behind her gentle smile, darted over the guests. She loved these quiet moments when people thought no one was watching. That's when secrets slipped out, like crumbs from a scone. Her tea sat untouched on the table, the steam curling up from the delicate china cup. She'd chosen this spot carefully, near the centre, where she could see the whole room without seeming nosy. Her tweed skirt and pale blue cardigan blended into the background, and her fluffy white hair, tucked under a neat hat, made her look like any old lady. But Miss Marple was never just any old lady. Her mind was as quick as a fox, catching every glance, every whisper. The lounge was busier today. Lady Bess Sedgwick, the loud woman in the red coat, sat at a corner table, her blonde hair catching the light. Her necklace, a dazzling string of diamonds, sparkled even in the soft glow. She was talking to the shy girl from yesterday, whose dark hair fell over her pale face. The girl, who Miss Marple had learned was called Elvira Blake, looked nervous, her fingers twisting a napkin. Lady Bess leaned close, her voice low but sharp, like a knife hidden in velvet. Miss Marple couldn't hear the words, but she saw Elvira's eyes widen, then drop to the table. Trouble, she thought, like the kind she'd seen in St. Mary Mead when young lovers quarrelled. Across the room, the young couple from the lobby sat huddled together. The woman, whose name was Bridget, clutched her handbag tightly, her face pale. Her companion, Michael, had his arm around her, but his eyes kept flicking to the door. Miss Marple's lips pursed. They were scared, she was sure, like the grocer's boy back home who'd stolen apples and feared being caught. Fear made people careless, and careless people left clues. The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather was there too, sitting alone with a book. His grey hair was neat, but his hands shook as he turned the pages. Miss Marple still doubted he was the canon she knew from St. Mary Mead. The real canon was forgetful, always losing his umbrella or mixing up names. This man's eyes were too sharp, scanning the room when he thought no one noticed. She made a mental note to watch him closer. People who pretended to be someone else always tripped over their own lies. The man with the notebook, the one Miss Marple thought might be a detective, was back too. He sat near the window, writing quickly, his dark hair slicked back. His suit was sharp, but his tie was slightly crooked, as if he'd dressed in a hurry. He glanced up now and then, his eyes lingering on Lady Bess and Elvira. Miss Marple wondered what he was writing. A list of suspects? A report? Or something more dangerous? The lounge door swung open, and Miss Gorringe, the receptionist, glided in. Her black dress was crisp, her smile as perfect as the hotel's silver teapots. She moved from table to table, greeting guests with a nod or a word. When she reached Lady Bess, they spoke briefly, and Miss Gorringe's smile tightened just for a moment. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind humming. Miss Gorringe knew too much about everyone, she thought, like the postmistress in St. Mary Mead, who always knew who got what letters. Suddenly, a sharp cry cut through the chatter. Lady Bess stood, her chair scraping the floor. "My necklace!" she gasped, her hands flying to her throat. The diamonds were gone, the empty clasp dangling like a broken promise. The lounge went quiet, all eyes on her. Elvira's face turned white, her hands frozen on the napkin. Miss Marple's needles stopped clicking, her heart giving a little jump. A theft, right here in Bertram's perfect lounge. "It was here a moment ago," Lady Bess said, her voice loud but shaky. "I felt it slip. Someone took it." Chinde looked around, her eyes flashing. The other guests murmured, some standing to get a better look. Miss Gorringe hurried over, her calm smile still in place, but her eyes were sharp. "Now, Lady Bess, let's not panic," she said. "Perhaps it fell under the table. We'll find it." "It didn't fall," Lady Bess snapped. "Someone stole it. I know it." She pointed at Thomas, the waiter with slicked-back hair, who was standing nearby with a tray. "You were right. Here, boy, did you take it?" Thomas flushed red, his tray wobbling. "No, ma'am. I swear, I didn't touch it." His voice cracked, and he looked at Miss Gorringe, as if begging for help. Miss Marple watched closely. Thomas's hands were shaking, but was it guilt or fear? She thought of the baker's apprentice in St. Mary Mead, who'd been blamed for stealing bread, but was only hiding his sweetheart's letters. Young people were often blamed first, she knew, but that didn't mean they were innocent. Miss Gorringe clapped her hands, her voice firm. "Everyone, please stay calm. We'll search the lounge and check everyone's things. No one leaves until we find the necklace." She nodded to Henry, the doorman, who stood by the door, his kind face now serious. He blocked the exit, his tall frame like a wall. The guests grumbled but stayed put. Lady Bess sat down, her face red with anger. Elvira stared at the floor, her hands trembling. The young couple, Bridget and Michael, exchanged a quick look, and Bridget clutched her handbag tighter. The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather closed his book, his eyes darting to the side. The man with the notebook stopped writing, his pen hovering over the page. Miss Marple's mind raced. A theft like this was no accident, not in a place as perfect as Bertram's. Miss Goringer organised the search with quiet efficiency. Waiters checked under tables, and Henry patted down the male guests, his hands quick but polite. Miss Marple offered her handbag for inspection, her smile mild. "I do hope you find it," she said to Miss Goringer. "Such a lovely necklace." Miss Goringer nodded, but her eyes flicked to Lady Bess, then to Thomas. "We will, Miss Marple. Bertram's doesn't tolerate thieves." Her voice was smooth, but there was steel in it. Miss Marple tucked that away, like a thread for her knitting. The search turned up nothing. No necklace under the tables, in the cushions, or in anyone's pockets. Lady Bess grew louder, her voice echoing. "Someone's hiding it. I want the police," she demanded, her hands on her hips. Miss Goringer hesitated, then nodded. "Very well, I'll call them, but let's keep this quiet, for the hotel's sake." She glanced at the other guests, her smile apologetic. Miss Marple noticed the man with the notebook slip his book into his pocket, his face unreadable. Was he pleased or worried? She couldn't tell. As Miss Goringer left to call the police, the lounge buzzed with whispers. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her eyes moving from face to face. Lady Bess was angry, but was it real anger or a show? Elvira looked like she might cry, her hands twisting the napkin into knots. Bridget and Michael sat stiffly, their eyes on the door. The maybe canon was reading again, but his book was upside down. A small slip, but Miss Marple caught it. Monsieur, man with the notebook, stood by the window, watching everyone, his face calm, but his fingers tapping his pocket. Thomas, the waiter, was clearing tables, his movements jerky. Miss Marple watched him closely. He'd been near Lady Bess when the necklace vanished, but so had others. The shy pianist from yesterday, who was now wiping down the piano keys, had been in the lounge too. Her pale face was blank, but her eyes kept darting to Thomas. Another glance, Miss Marple thought, like the one in the dining room with the dropped tray. Were they working together? Or was she reading too much into it, like old Mrs. Pike back home, who saw scandals in every smile? Police arrived quickly, 2 officers in dark uniforms. The older one, Inspector Davy, had a round face and a calm manner, like a village doctor. He spoke to Lady Bess first, his notebook open. "Tell me exactly what happened, ma'am," he said, his voice steady. Lady Bess repeated her story, her voice rising. "It was on my neck, then it was gone. Someone here took it, I know it." She pointed at Thomas again, who shrank back, his face pale. Inspector Davy nodded, his eyes scanning the room. "We'll question everyone, ma'am. No need to point fingers yet." He glanced at Miss Marple, his gaze lingering for a moment. She smiled back, her face innocent. Policemen often underestimated old ladies, she knew, but that was their mistake. The inspector questioned Thomas next, who stammered that he'd been serving tea and hadn't touched the necklace. Elvira said she'd been talking to Lady Bess and saw nothing. Bridget and Michael claimed they were too far away, their voices tight. The maybe canon said he was reading and hadn't noticed anything, though his book was still upside down. The man with the notebook, who gave his name as Mr. Humphreys, said he was writing and saw no theft. Miss Marple listened, her needles clicking softly. Everyone had a story, but stories could hide lies. When it was her turn, she told the inspector, She'd been drinking tea and saw nothing unusual. Such a shame, she added, her voice soft. It was a lovely necklace. Inspector Davy nodded, but his eyes were sharp, as if he knew she saw more than she said. Miss Marple liked him. He reminded her of a policeman in St. Mary Mead, who'd solved a burglary by noticing a muddy boot. The police searched again, checking bags and coats, but the necklace was gone. Inspector Davy promised to investigate further and left with his partner. The lounge returned to its quiet hum, but the air felt heavier now, like a storm brewing. Lady Bess stormed out, muttering about thieves. Elvira followed, her steps slow. Bridget and Michael left too, their heads close together. Mr. Humphreys, the notebook man, stayed by the window, his eyes on the door. The maybe canon turned his, book right side up, but his hands still shook. Miss Marple finished her tea, her mind buzzing. A stolen necklace was serious, but it was the little things that mattered. The upside-down book, Thomas's shaky hands, Elvira's pale face, the glances between the pianist and the waiter. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where a stolen brooch had led to a bigger crime, a robbery planned by someone trusted. Was Bertram's hiding something bigger too? A hotel this perfect, she knew, could hide a lot. She stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. Henry the doorman was there, polishing the brass again. "Everything all right, madam?" he asked, his smile warm. "Oh, quite," Miss Marple said, her eyes crinkling. "Just a little excitement, that's all." She noticed his hand pause on the rag, just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. In her room she sat by the window, her knitting in her lap. The courtyard was quiet, the ivy dark against the bricks. She thought of the necklace, sparkling one moment, gone the next. Was it really stolen, or was it a trick? Lady Bess's anger felt real, but Miss Marple had seen actors before. And the others, Thomas, Elvira, the maybe canon, Mr. Humphreys, each had something to hide, she was sure. She closed her eyes, picturing the lounge, the faces, the glances. Bertram's hotel was like a puzzle box, full of secrets waiting to be unlocked, and Miss Marple, with her quiet smile and sharp mind, was very good at unlocking things. Chapter 4. Whispers of the Past. Miss Jane Marple sat by the window in her room at Bertram's hotel, her knitting needles resting quietly in her lap. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting soft shadows on the ivy-covered courtyard. Below, her small black suitcase was neatly packed, but she wasn't leaving. Not yet. The theft of Lady Bess Sedgwick's diamond necklace yesterday had stirred the hotel like a stone dropped in a pond. Ripples of gossip spread through the lounge, the dining room, and the polished lobby. Miss Marple's sharp eyes, hidden behind her gentle smile, missed none of it. She knew trouble when she saw it, and Bertram's was full of trouble. She hadn't knitted a stitch since breakfast. Her hands held the needles, but her mind was busy, sorting through the faces and moments of the past few days. The nervous young couple, Bridget and Michael. The shy girl, Elvira Blake, trailing after Lady Bess like a shadow. The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather, but wasn't quite right. The sharp-suited Mr. Humphreys, scribbling in his notebook. And Thomas, the waiter with the shaky hands, who'd been blamed for the theft. Each was a piece of a puzzle. But The picture was still blurry. Miss Marple didn't mind. Puzzles took time, and she had plenty of that. Her thoughts drifted to St. Mary Mead, her quiet village where secrets hid in plain sight. Years ago, there'd been a scandal at the village hall. A stolen brooch, much like Lady Bess's necklace. Everyone had blamed young Tommy Pierce, the baker's boy, because he'd been nearby when it vanished. But Miss Marple had noticed something nobody else did. The vicar's wife, Mrs. Clement, had been too quick to point fingers. It turned out she'd taken the brooch to pay a debt, thinking no one would notice. Small things, Miss Marple knew, led to big truths, and Bertram's was full of small things. She stood, smoothing her tweed skirt, and decided to take a walk. The hotel was too perfect, too polished, like a stage set for a play. She wanted to see what happened when the actors thought the curtain was down. Her handbag over her arm, she made her way to the lobby. Henry, the doorman, was there, his uniform crisp, his smile warm. "Good morning, madam," he said, tipping his hat. "Fine day for a stroll." "Indeed it is, Henry," Miss Marple replied, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand linger on the brass door handle, polishing it absently. Was he nervous, or just thorough? She tucked the thought away like a scrap of yarn. The lobby was quiet, with only a few guests checking their mail or reading newspapers. Miss Gorringe stood behind the reception desk, her black dress neat as a pin, her smile fixed. She was writing in her ledger, but her eyes flicked up as Miss Marple passed. "Anything you need, Miss Marple?" she asked, her voice smooth. "Oh, nothing, my dear," Miss Marple said. "Just stretching my legs." She saw Miss Gorringe's pen pause, just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. She wandered into the lounge, where the air smelled of lavender polish and fresh scones. A few guests sat at tables sipping tea or reading. The young couple, Bridget and Michael, were in their usual corner, their heads close together. Bridget's face was pale, her hands twisting a handkerchief. Michael whispered something, his jaw tight. Miss Marple's lips pursed. They were scared, she thought, like the Miller girl in St. Mary Mead, who'd run off with a boy and regretted it. Fear made people act foolishly, and these two looked ready to bolt. At another table, Elvira Blake sat alone, her dark hair falling over her face. She was reading a letter, her fingers trembling. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. A letter could mean anything. Love, blackmail, or worse. She thought of the St. Mary Mead scandal again, where a letter had been the key to everything. Mrs. Clement had written to her cousin, begging for money, and that letter had led Miss Marple to the truth. Was Elvira's letter a clue, or just a girl's worries? The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather was in the lounge too, sitting by the window with his book. His grey hair was neat, but his hands shook as he turned the pages. Miss Marple watched him closely. The real Canon Pennyfather was clumsy, always spilling tea or losing his hat. This man was too careful, his eyes too quick. Yesterday, his book had been upside down during the necklace fuss. Today, it was right side up, but he wasn't reading. He was watching the room. She made a mental note to find out more about him. Pretenders always left tracks. Mr. Humphreys, the man with the notebook, wasn't in the lounge, but Miss Marple had seen him earlier, slipping out of the hotel with a quick glance over his shoulder. He was a puzzle, with his sharp suit and scribbled notes. A detective, she thought, or maybe a reporter. In St. Mary Mead, the local journalist, Mr. Curtis, had been nosy but harmless. Mr. Humphreys felt different, sharper, more dangerous. She wondered what he was chasing. The lounge door opened, and Lady Bess Sedgwick swept in, her red coat bright as a flame. Her blonde hair was perfect, but her face was tight, like she was holding back a storm. The missing necklace had made her the centre of gossip, and she clearly didn't like it. She sat at a table near Elvira, her eyes scanning the room. When she saw Miss Marple, she nodded, her smile thin. "Good morning," she said, her voice loud but strained. "Good morning, Lady Bess," Miss Marple replied, her tone mild. "Such a pity about your necklace. I do hope they find it." Lady Bess's smile tightened. "Oh, they will," she said. "I'll make sure of it." Her words were sharp, like a knife cutting through butter. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes soft but watchful. Lady Bess was angry, yes, but was it about the necklace or something else? In St. Mary Mead, people often hid their real troubles behind loud complaints. Elvira looked up from her letter, her face pale. "Bess, please," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. Lady Bess's eyes softened for a moment, but then she turned away, her jaw set. Miss Marple's mind ticked over. A mother and daughter, perhaps. But the way Elvira called her Bess felt odd, too familiar. There was a story there, she was sure, like the one about the vicar's niece in St. Mary Mead, who'd run away from a secret. Thomas, the waiter, appeared with a tray, his slicked-back hair gleaming. He set a teapot and scones on Lady Bess's table, his hand steady now. "Your tea, ma'am," he said, his voice polite. Lady Bess barely looked at him, but Elvira's eyes flicked up, then down again. Miss Marple's needles clicked softly. Thomas had been blamed for the theft, but he'd seemed more scared than guilty. Now he was calm. Too calm, perhaps. She thought of the St. Mary Mead baker's boy, who'd looked guilty but was only hiding a love letter. Was Thomas hiding something too? The pianist, the pale young woman from the lounge yesterday, began to play a soft tune. Her fingers moved smoothly, but her eyes kept darting to Thomas. Miss Marple caught the glance, quick as a blink. Another thread, she thought, like the ones in her knitting. The pianist, whose name tag read Clara, had been near Lady Bess when the necklace vanished. Was she involved, or just nervous? Miss Marple remembered a maid in St. Mary Mead who'd stolen a silver spoon because her sweetheart pressured her. Young people, she knew, could be swayed by love or fear. The lounge grew busier as more guests arrived for tea. Miss Gorringe swept through, her smile as perfect as ever. She stopped at Lady Bess's table, her voice low. "The police will be back this afternoon, Lady Bess," she said. "They're following some leads." Lady Bess nodded, her face hard. Elvira's hands tightened on her letter, crumpling it slightly. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. The police, she thought, would stir things up, like a stick in a beehive, and bees, when stirred, showed their stings. She sipped her tea, the Earl Grey, warm and soothing. The lounge was a stage, she decided, with everyone playing a part. Lady Bess, loud and angry, was the star. Elvira, shy and scared, was the reluctant sidekick. Thomas and Clara, with their quick glances, were the chorus. hiding something in their steps. The Maybe Canon and Mr. Humphreys were shadows, watching from the wings. And Bridget and Michael, huddled in their corner, were like actors who'd forgotten their lines. Miss Marple smiled to herself. She loved a good play, especially when she could guess the ending. Her thoughts drifted back to St. Mary Mead and the brooch scandal. Mrs. Clement had been so clever, hiding her theft behind a loud voice and quick blame. But Miss Marple had noticed her hands, always fidgeting, always busy. Lady Bess's hands were busy too, waving as she talked, touching her empty neck where the necklace had been. Was she hiding something, like Mrs. Clement? Or was she just a victim, as she claimed? Miss Marple set her teacup down and opened her handbag, pulling out her knitting. The needles clicked, a steady rhythm that helped her think. She glanced at Bridget and Michael, who were whispering again. Bridget's handkerchief was a crumpled mess now, and Michael's hand was tight on her arm. Miss Marple's heart gave a little pang. Young love was sweet, but it often led to trouble, like the postman's daughter in St. Mary Mead, who'd run off with a sailor and come back crying. The Maybe Canon stood suddenly, his book under his arm. He walked toward the door, his steps quick but uneven. Miss Marple watched him go, her needles pausing. He was in a hurry, she thought, like someone late for a secret meeting. She remembered the St. Mary Mead vicar, who'd rushed off to a church meeting that turned out to be a card game. Was this man rushing to something innocent or something darker? The lounge door opened, and Inspector Davy, the round-faced policeman, stepped in. His dark uniform was neat, his notebook in hand. He nodded to Miss Gorringe, who pointed him toward Lady Bess. Miss Marple leaned back, her knitting in her lap, and listened. The inspector's voice was calm, like a doctor soothing a patient. "We've checked the staff, Lady Bess," he said. "No sign of the necklace yet, but we're looking into some connections." Lady Bess's eyes flashed. "Connections? You mean thieves? That waiter was right there, Thomas, or whatever his name is." Thomas, clearing a nearby table, flinched but said nothing. Clara, at the piano, missed a note, her face pale. Inspector Davy's voice stayed steady. "We're not ruling anyone out, ma'am, but we need proof, not guesses." He glanced at Miss Marple, his eyes sharp. She smiled back, her face innocent. Policemen often missed the small things, she knew, but this one seemed different. He reminded her of the St. Mary Mead constable, who'd solved a theft by noticing a smudged fingerprint. The inspector spoke to Elvira next, who stammered that she'd seen nothing. Her letter was gone, tucked into her pocket, but her hands still shook. Miss Marple's mind ticked over. That letter was important, she was sure, like the one in St. Mary Mead that had cracked the case. She'd have to find a way to learn more. As the inspector moved to question Thomas, Miss Marple stood, her handbag over her arm. She wanted to see what happened next, but not here, not with everyone watching. She nodded to Miss Gorringe, who was hovering nearby, and made her way to the lobby. Henry was there, his smile as warm as ever. "Heading out, madam?" he asked. "Just for a breath of air," Miss Marple said, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand pause on the door handle. Again, just for a moment, another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. Outside, the London air was crisp, with a hint of smoke. Miss Marple walked slowly, her mind buzzing. The necklace was gone, but the real theft was trust. Bertram's perfect mask was slipping. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where the brooch scandal had taught her to look beyond the obvious. Lady Bess, Elvira, Thomas, Clara, the maybe canon, Mr. Humphreys. Each was hiding something, she was sure, and the hotel itself, with its polished floors and perfect tea, was hiding the most. She paused by a lamp-post, her knitting in her hands. The street was quiet, but her mind was loud, piecing together the whispers of the past. Bertram's was a puzzle, and Miss Marple was very good at puzzles. She smiled to herself, her eyes sharp. The necklace was just the beginning, she thought, and beginnings, she knew, always led to endings. Chapter 5. The Curious Clergyman. Miss Jane Marple sat in the dining-room of Bertram's hotel, her small hands folded neatly on the white tablecloth. The room glowed with soft light from crystal chandeliers, and the air smelled of roast beef and fresh bread. It was early evening, and the hum of polite chatter mixed with the clink of silver forks. Miss Marple's sharp eyes, hidden behind her gentle smile, moved over the guests. She loved dinner time. People relaxed, let their secrets slip, like crumbs falling from a plate. Tonight, she was watching one person in particular, the man who looked like Canon Pennyfather. Her table was near a window, giving her a clear view of the room. She wore her usual tweed skirt and a pale lavender cardigan, her fluffy white hair tucked under a simple hat. To anyone watching, she was just an old lady enjoying her meal. But Miss Marple's mind was as quick as a needle, stitching together the bits and pieces of Bertram's puzzle. The stolen necklace, the nervous couple, the shy girl, the sharp-eyed man with the notebook. All were threads, but the man who might be Canon Pennyfather was the one tugging at her thoughts. He sat alone at a corner table, his grey hair neat, his black coat pressed. A plate of fish and potatoes sat untouched before him, and his hands fidgeted with a napkin. Miss Marple sipped her water, her eyes soft but watchful. The real Canon Pennyfather, whom she knew from St. Mary Mead, was a bumbling sort, always losing his glasses or forgetting names. This man was different, too alert, too careful. Yesterday, in the lounge, his book had been upside down during the necklace fuss. Today, he kept glancing at the door, as if expecting someone, or something. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where a stranger once came to the village, claiming to be a distant cousin of the vicar. He'd fooled everyone with his kind smile, but Miss Marple had noticed his shoes, too polished for a country man. He'd turned out to be a thief after the church silver. Small things, she knew, revealed big lies. This man's small things, his sharp eyes, his steady hands, made her doubt he was Canon Pennyfather. The dining room was busy, with waiters gliding between tables. Thomas, the young waiter with slicked-back hair, served a nearby table, his hands steady now. He'd been blamed for stealing Lady Bess Sedgwick's necklace, but Miss Marple wasn't so sure. His fear yesterday had seemed real, like the fear of the baker's boy in St. Mary Mead, wrongly accused of theft. She watched Thomas pause by the pianist, Clara, who was playing a soft tune in the corner. Their eyes met for a moment, quick as a blink. Miss Marple's lips pursed. Another thread, she thought, like the ones in her knitting. Lady Bess Sedgwick swept into the dining room, her red coat bright as ever. She sat with Elvira Blake, the shy girl, who looked pale and tired. Elvira's hands fidgeted with her fork, and Lady Bess's voice was sharp, though too low to hear. Miss Marple wondered about their connection. Mother and daughter? Or something more complicated, like the sisters in St. Mary Mead, who'd fought over a secret inheritance. Lady Bess's missing necklace had stirred the hotel, but her anger felt too loud, like a mask hiding something else. The young couple, Bridget and Michael, sat a few tables away. Bridget's face was pale, her eyes red, as if she'd been crying. Michael held her hand under the table, but his jaw was tight, his eyes on the door. Miss Marple's heart gave a little pang. They were scared, she was sure, like the postman's daughter in St. Mary Mead, who'd run off with a boy and come back heartbroken. Trouble followed fear, and these two were drowning in it. Mr. Humphreys, the man with the notebook, was there, too, sitting alone near the centre of the room. His sharp suit was neat, but his tie was crooked again, as if he'd dressed in a hurry. He was eating slowly, his eyes flicking over the room. Miss Marple wondered what he was writing in that notebook. A detective, she thought, or maybe a journalist chasing a story. In St. Mary Mead, the local reporter had been nosy, but harmless. Mr. Humphreys felt sharper, like a knife waiting to cut. Miss Marple's meal arrived. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and carrots, simple but perfect. She ate slowly, her eyes on the maybe cannon. He was sipping water now, but his hands kept moving, folding and unfolding the napkin. Suddenly, he stood, his chair scraping softly. He tucked his napkin under his plate and walked toward the door, his steps quick but uneven. Miss Marple's needles, resting in her handbag, seemed to itch. He was in a hurry, she thought, like someone late for a secret. She finished her chicken and dabbed her mouth with a napkin, her mind buzzing. The maybe Cannon's behaviour reminded her of the St. Mary Mead stranger who'd slipped out of the village hall during a meeting claiming he needed air. He'd been meeting a partner to plan the silver theft. Was this man meeting someone too? She decided to find out. She stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. Henry, the doorman, was polishing the brass railing, his smile warm. "Evening, madam," he said, tipping his hat. "Off for a walk? Just a little air?" Miss Marple replied, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand pause on the rag, just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. Henry was always there, always watching. Was he just a good doorman, or something more? In the lobby, Miss Gorringe stood behind the reception desk, her black dress crisp, her smile fixed. She was talking to a guest, her voice smooth as silk. Miss Marple paused, pretending to check her key. She saw the maybe Cannon slip through the front door, his black coat flapping. He glanced over his shoulder, his face tense. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. He was up to something, she was sure. She followed at a distance, her steps slow but steady. The London evening was cool, the streetlights casting long shadows. The maybe Cannon walked quickly, turning into a narrow side street. Miss Marple kept back, her small figure blending into the crowd. She wasn't young, but she was nimble, like a cat stalking a bird. In St. Mary Mead, she'd once followed a poacher through the woods, unnoticed, and found his hidden traps. This was no different. the maybe cannon stopped at a small cafe, its windows glowing with warm light. He went inside and Miss Marple waited, standing by a lamp-post. Through the window, she saw him sit at a table with another man, older, with a bald head and a nervous twitch in his hands. She recognized him, the man who'd been talking to Lady Bess in the lounge on her first day. Miss Marple's mind ticked over. A meeting, she thought, and not a friendly one. The bald man's hands moved quickly, passing something small to the maybe cannon. A note? A key? She couldn't tell. She moved closer, pretending to study a shop window nearby. The cafe was busy, with waiters bustling and customers chatting. The maybe cannon's face was serious, his eyes darting to the door. The bald man leaned close, whispering, and the maybe cannon nodded, his hands steady now. Miss Marple's lips pursed. Whatever they were planning, it wasn't a church sermon. She thought of the St. Mary Mead scandal again, where the strangers' meetings had led to the theft. Small clues, polished shoes, a hurried exit, had cracked the case. Here, the maybe cannon's sharp eyes and quick steps were clues too. Was he a thief, like the village stranger, or something worse? She tucked the thought away, like a stitch, in her knitting. The maybe cannon stood, slipping the small object into his pocket. He left the cafe, his steps faster now, and headed back toward Bertram's. Miss Marple followed, keeping her distance. The streets were busier now, with cars honking and people hurrying home. She felt a thrill, like when she'd solved the village theft. Bertram's was a puzzle, and she was piecing it together, one clue at a time. Back at the hotel, the lobby was quiet. Henry was still at his post, his smile unchanged. Miss Gorringe was at the desk, writing in her ledger. The maybe cannon slipped inside, his face calm now, and headed for the elevator. Miss Marple waited, a moment, then followed, her steps slow. She didn't want him to see her, not yet. In the lounge, the evening crowd was gathering. Lady Bess was there, her voice loud as she talked to Elvira. The shy girl looked paler than ever, her hands clutching a glass of water. Bridget and Michael were in their corner, whispering, their faces tense. Mr. Humphreys sat near the window, his notebook open, his pen moving quickly. Miss Marple settled into an armchair, her handbag in her lap. She didn't knit, but the needles in her bag felt like old friends steadying her thoughts. Inspector Davy, the round-faced policeman, entered the lounge, his notebook in hand. He nodded to Miss Gorringe, who was hovering nearby, and made his way to Lady Bess. "Any news?" Lady Bess asked, her voice sharp. "We're following leads," Inspector Davy said, his tone calm. "We've questioned the staff again, and we're looking into other matters." His eyes flicked to the maybe cannon, who was back at his table, reading his book. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. The inspector was watching him too, she thought. Good policemen noticed small things like she did. The inspector spoke to Thomas next, who was clearing tables. Thomas's hands were steady, but his eyes were nervous. Clara at the piano played a soft tune, but her fingers faltered when the inspector looked her way. Miss Marple's needles itched again. The necklace theft was the spark, she thought, but the fire was something bigger. And the maybe cannon was at the heart of it. She sipped her tea, her eyes moving from face to face. Lady Bess's loud anger, Elvira's trembling hands, Bridget and Michael's fear, Mr. Humphreys's notebook, Thomas and Clara's glances, the maybe Canon's secret meeting, all were pieces of the puzzle. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where the stranger's polished shoes had led to the truth. Here, the maybe Canon's sharp eyes and hurried steps were leading somewhere too. She stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. Henry tipped his hat, his smile warm. "Good evening, madam," he said. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand pause on the door handle just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. In her room, she sat by the window, her knitting in her lap. The courtyard was dark, the ivy a shadow against the bricks. She thought of the maybe Canon, his meeting, the small object in his pocket. Was he a thief, a liar, or something else? She thought of the St. Mary Mead scandal, where the truth had been hidden in plain sight. Bertram's was the same. She was, sure, a perfect hotel with imperfect secrets. She closed her eyes, picturing the dining room, the lounge, the café. The maybe Canon was the key, she thought. But to what? A theft? A plan? Or something darker? Miss Marple smiled to herself, her mind as sharp as her needles. Puzzles were her favourite thing, and this one was just beginning to take shape. Chapter 6. Shadows in the Lobby Miss. Jane Marple sat in her room at Bertram's hotel, her knitting needles still in her lap. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked past 11, its soft chime swallowed by the quiet of the night. Outside, the courtyard was dark, the ivy a tangle of shadows against the brick walls. Miss Marple's eyes, sharp despite the late hour, stared at the window, but her mind was elsewhere. The stolen necklace, the nervous couple, the shy girl, the man with the notebook, and the curious clergyman who wasn't quite Canon Pennyfather. All were pieces of a puzzle, and tonight she felt the puzzle was shifting. She hadn't slept well since the necklace vanished 2 days ago. Lady Bess Sedgwick's loud anger had stirred the hotel, but it was the small things that kept Miss Marple awake. The maybe Canon's secret meeting, Thomas the waiter's shaky hands, Elvira Blake's crumpled letter. In St. Mary Mead, her quiet village, small things always led to bigger ones, like the time a missing button had unravelled a burglary. Bertram's was no different, she was sure. The hotel's perfect polish hid secrets, and secrets, she knew, came out in the dark. She stood, her tweed skirt rustling, and slipped on her cardigan. Sleep wasn't coming, so she might as well explore. Late nights were when people let their guards down, she'd found, like the poacher in St. Mary Mead, who'd sneaked out after midnight to check his traps. Her handbag over her arm, she stepped into the hallway, her shoes soft on the thick carpet. The hotel was silent, the lights dim, but the air felt heavy, like a storm waiting to break. The elevator hummed softly as it carried her to the lobby. When the doors opened, the space was nearly empty, the chandelier casting a faint glow on the polished wood and red carpet. Henry, the doorman, was gone, his post by the door empty. Miss Marple's lips pursed. Henry was always there, his smile as steady as the hotel's silver teapots. His absence was a small thing, but it nagged at her, like a dropped stitch in her knitting. She settled into a plush armchair near the fireplace, where a few embers still glowed. Her small figure blended into the shadows, her fluffy white hair tucked under a plain scarf. To anyone passing, she was just an old lady who couldn't sleep. But Miss Marple's eyes were sharp, catching every flicker of movement. She opened her handbag, pulling out her knitting, though she didn't knit. The needles gave her hands something to do while her mind worked, like a clock ticking through the night. A soft creak came from the staircase, and Miss Marple's head turned slightly. The maybe canon appeared, his black coat buttoned tightly, his grey hair neat, but his face tense. He moved quickly, his steps light, and paused by the reception desk, now empty. Miss Gorringe, with her perfect smile and crisp black dress, was nowhere in sight. The maybe canon glanced around, then slipped behind the desk, his hands moving over the ledger. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. He was looking for something, she thought, like the St. Mary Mead stranger who'd rifled through the vicar's papers for a will. She stayed still, her needles silent. The maybe canon flipped through the ledger, his fingers quick but careful. He stopped, his eyes narrowing, and jotted something on a small piece of paper. Then he closed the ledger and slipped the paper into his pocket. The same pocket, Miss Marple noted, where he'd tucked the object from his cafe meeting yesterday. Her mind ticked over. Was he checking names, dates, or something more dangerous? Before she could think further, a shadow moved near the lounge door. Miss Marple's eyes flicked to it, her body still. Thomas, the waiter with slicked back hair, stepped into the lobby, his uniform rumpled, his face pale. He froze when he saw the maybe canon, who looked up sharply. For a moment, their eyes locked, and the air seemed to crackle. Then Thomas muttered something, too low for Miss Marple to hear, and hurried towards the back stairs. The maybe canon watched him go, his face unreadable, then slipped out the front door into the night. Miss Marple's needles twitched. A meeting, she thought, or an interruption. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where the poacher had been caught because he'd bumped into the gamekeeper at midnight. Small moments like this, she knew, could crack a case wide open. But what was the maybe canon after? And why was Thomas sneaking around so late? She waited a moment, then stood, her handbag over her arm. The lobby was empty again, the silence heavy. She moved toward the reception desk, her steps slow but steady. The ledger was closed, but a corner of a page was slightly bent, as if shut in a hurry. Miss Marple didn't touch it. She wasn't foolish. But she noted the page number, 47, a small thing, but it might matter later. As she turned to leave, a soft murmur came from the lounge. She paused, her ears sharp. Voices, low and urgent, drifted through the half-open door. Miss Marple crept closer, her small figure hidden in the shadows. She wasn't eavesdropping, she told herself. Just observing, like she'd done in St. Mary Mead when she'd overheard the butcher's wife plotting to hide her debts. The voices were muffled, but she caught a few words. "Oh, too risky. The plan. Tomorrow night." A man's voice, clipped and nervous. Then a woman's, softer but firm. "Trust me, it's under control." Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. A plan, she thought, like the buns in St. Mary Mead, when the grocer's assistant had plotted to cheat his boss. But whose plan was this, and what did it mean? She edged closer, peering through the crack in the door. In the dim lounge, two figures sat at a corner table. Their faces half lit by a single lamp. One was Mr. Humphreys, the man with the notebook, his sharp suit wrinkled now, his eyes darting to the door. The other was Clara, the pianist, her pale face tense, her hands twisting a napkin. Miss Marple's needles itched. Clara, with her quick glances at Thomas, and Mr. Humphreys, always watching, always writing. Were they plotting something together? They disused. Conversation stopped abruptly, and Clara stood, her chair scraping softly. She slipped out through a side door, her steps quick. Mr. Humphreys waited a moment, then followed, his notebook tucked under his arm. Miss Marple stayed still, her mind racing. A secret meeting, late at night, in a hotel where a necklace had just been stolen. It wasn't a coincidence, she was sure. She thought of the St. Mary Mead scandal again, where the vicar's wife had met her cousin in secret to plan the brooch theft. Small meetings, whispered words, had led to the truth. Here, the whispers of the plan and tomorrow night were clues. But to what? A theft? A trick? Or something bigger? She tucked the words away, like threads for her knitting. The lobby was quiet now, the embers in the fireplace nearly gone. Miss Marple made her way back to the elevator, her steps slow. She passed the reception desk, where Miss Gorringe had reappeared, her smile as perfect as ever. "Up late, Miss Marple?" she asked, her voice smooth. "Oh, just a restless night," Miss Marple said, her eyes crinkling. "The air's so fresh in the lobby." She noticed Miss Gorringe's hand pause on the ledger, just for a moment, another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. Was Miss Gorringe part of the plan, or just keeping the hotel's secrets? In her room, Miss Marple sat by the window, her knitting in her lap. The courtyard was dark, but a single light flickered in a window across the way. She thought of the maybe cannon, rifling through the ledger, and Thomas sneaking through the lobby. She thought of Mr. Humphreys and Clara, whispering about the plan, and she thought of Lady Bess Sedgwick, whose necklace had started it all, and Elvira Blake, whose trembling hands hid a story. Bridget and Michael, too, with their scared eyes and hurried whispers, were part of the puzzle. She closed her eyes, picturing St. Mary Mead, where the brooch scandal had taught her to trust the small things. A bent page, a late-night meeting, a whispered word. Bertram's was the same, she was sure. The hotel's perfect face, its polished wood, its silver trays, its warm smiles, was a mask. And masks, she knew, always slipped. The clock struck midnight, its chime soft but clear. Miss Marple stood, her movements slow but precise. She slipped, her knitting into her handbag and prepared for bed, her mind still buzzing. Tomorrow, she thought, would bring more clues. The maybe cannon's secret, Thomas's fear, Clara's whispers, Mr. Humphreys's notebook, all were threads, and she was weaving them together. In St. Mary Mead, she'd solved puzzles by watching and waiting. Here she would do the same. She turned off the lamp and climbed into bed, her smile faint but sure. Bertram's hotel was a stage, and the actors were playing their parts. But Miss Marple was in the audience, watching every move, and she never missed a cue. Chapter 7. The Heiress's Secret. Miss Jane Marple sat in the lounge of Bertram's hotel, her knitting needles resting quietly in her lap. The morning light streamed through the tall windows, glinting off the silver teapots and polished wood, tables. The air smelled of fresh scones and lavender polish, and the soft hum of chatter filled the room. Miss Marple's sharp eyes, hidden behind her gentle smile, moved over the guests. She loved these quiet moments when people thought no one was watching. Secrets, she knew, slipped out like crumbs from a biscuit, and today she was watching Lady Bess Sedgwick. Her table was near the fireplace, where a small fire crackled, though the day was warm. She wore her usual tweed skirt and a pale green cardigan, her fluffy white hair tucked under a neat hat. To anyone passing, she was just an old lady enjoying her tea. But Miss Marple's mind was as quick as a needle, stitching together the threads of Bertram's puzzle. The stolen necklace, the nervous couple, the shy girl, the man with the notebook, the maybe Canon's late-night ledger search, and last night's whispered plan in the lounge. All were pieces, but Lady Bess, with her loud laugh and missing diamonds, was the one pulling her attention now. Lady Bess sat at a corner table, her red coat bright as a poppy. Her blonde hair was perfect, but her face was tight, like she was holding back a storm. Across from her was Elvira Blake, the shy girl, her dark hair falling over her pale face. Elvira's hands twisted a napkin, her eyes downcast. Lady Bess leaned close, her voice low but sharp, like a knife cutting through silk. Miss Marple couldn't hear the words, but she saw Elvira's shoulders tense, as if bracing for a blow. There was a story there, she thought, like the one in St. Mary Mead, where the vicar's niece hid a secret that broke her heart. Miss Marple sipped her tea, the Earl Grey warm and soothing. She thought of the St. Mary Mead scandal, where a stolen brooch had led to a bigger truth, a secret debt, a hidden plan. Lady Bess's necklace was the same, she was sure. Its theft had stirred the hotel, but the real secret was in the people, not the diamonds. Lady Bess's anger felt too loud, like a mask, and Elvira's fear was too deep, like a wound that wouldn't heal. Miss Marple's needles twitched, though she didn't knit. She was waiting for a clue, and she knew it was coming. The lounge. Door opened, and Thomas, the waiter with slicked-back hair, glided in with a tray. His hands were steady now, his smile polite, but Miss Marple remembered his fear when accused of the theft. He served tea to Lady Bess and Elvira, his movements quick. Elvira's eyes flicked up, meeting his for a split second, then dropped back to her napkin. Miss Marple's lips pursed. Another glance, like the ones between Thomas and Clara, the hair pianist. In St. Mary Mead, such glances had meant love or trouble. Here she suspected both. Across the room the young couple, Bridget and Michael, sat huddled together. Bridget's face was pale, her hands clutching her handbag. Michael whispered something, his jaw tight, his eyes on the door. Miss Marple's heart gave a little pang. They were scared, she thought, like the postman's daughter in St. Mary Mead, who'd run off with a boy and come back crying. Fear made people careless, and these two were leaving clues. Hushed whispers, quick glances, hurried exits. The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather was there too, sitting alone with his book. His grey hair was neat, but his hands shook as he turned the pages. Miss Marple still doubted he was the Canon she knew from St. Mary Mead. The real Canon was bumbling, always losing his hat or spilling tea. This man was too sharp. his eyes darting to Lady Bess and Elvira now and then. Last night he'd rifled through the ledger, and Miss Marple hadn't forgotten the small paper he'd tucked into his pocket. Was he tied to the necklace theft, or something bigger? Mr. Humphreys, the man with the notebook, sat near the window, his pen moving quickly. His sharp suit was neat, but his tie was crooked, as if he'd dressed in a hurry. He was watching Lady Bess, his eyes narrow. Miss Marple wondered what he was writing. A detective, she thought, or a reporter chasing a story. In St. Mary Mead, the local journalist had been nosy, but harmless. Mr. Humphreys felt different, like a hawk circling its prey. The lounge was busy, with waiters moving smoothly and guests chatting over their tea. Clara, the pianist, was at the piano, her fingers playing a soft tune. Her pale face was calm, but her eyes flicked to Thomas when he passed. Miss Marple caught the glance, quick as a blink. Another thread, she thought, like the ones in her knitting. Clara had been in the lounge when the necklace vanished, and her whispers with Mr. Humphreys last night about the plan were still fresh in Miss Marple's mind. Suddenly, Lady Bess stood, her voice cutting through the chatter. "I need some air," she said, her tone sharp. She turned to Elvira, her eyes softening for a moment. "Come with me, dear." Elvira nodded, her face pale, and followed Lady Bess out of the lounge. Miss Marple's needles twitched. There was something between them, she was sure, like the bond between the vicar's niece and her aunt in St. Mary Mead, who'd hidden a scandal together. She decided to follow, her steps slow but steady. In the lobby, Henry the doorman was back at his post, his smile warm. "Morning, madam," he said, tipping his hat. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand linger on the door handle just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. Henry was always there, always watching, like the St. Mary Mead postman who knew everyone's secrets. Lady Bess and Elvira were in the courtyard, standing by the ivy-covered wall. The morning was crisp, the air scented with damp leaves. Miss Marple stayed by the lobby window, her small figure hidden behind a curtain. She couldn't hear their words, but she saw Lady Bess's hands move quickly, pointing at Elvira, then at the hotel. Elvira's face crumpled, her hands twisting together. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump, an argument, she thought, or a confession. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where the vicar's niece had confessed to her aunt about a stolen letter. The aunt had been loud, like Lady Bess, but her anger hid love. Was Lady Bess protecting Elvira, or something else? Miss Marple's mind ticked over, piecing together the clues. The necklace, the ledger, the maybe Cannon's meeting, the whispered plan. All were connected, she was sure, and Lady Bess was at the centre. As she watched, Lady Bess's voice rose, and a few words carried on the breeze. "Knew about it, Bertram's, years ago." Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Bertram's, she thought. Was Lady Bess tied to the hotel in a way she hadn't told anyone? In St. Mary Mead, secrets about places, like the old mill where thieves hid, always led to bigger truths. Did Bertram's have a secret too? Elvira said something soft, her head shaking. Lady Bess grabbed her arm, her face fierce, then softened, pulling Elvira into a quick hug. They turned back toward the hotel, their steps slow. Miss Marple slipped away from the window, her heart racing. A connection to Bertram's, she thought. That was new, and it changed everything. Back in the lounge, she settled into her armchair, her knitting in her lap. The room was quieter now, with fewer guests. Bridget and Michael were gone, but the maybe canon was still there, his book open, but his eyes on the door. Mr. Humphreys was writing again, his pen moving fast. Clara's piano tune faltered, her eyes on Thomas as he cleared a table. Miss Marple's needles twitched. Everyone was playing a part, she thought, but Lady Bess's part was bigger than she'd guessed. Inspector Davy, the round-faced policeman, entered the lounge, his notebook in hand. He nodded to Miss Gorringe, who was hovering near the door, her smile as perfect as ever. He made his way to the maybe canon's table, his voice low. "Canon Pennyfather, is it?" he asked, his tone polite but firm. The maybe canon looked up, his hands steady now. "Yes, that's me," he said, his voice calm but thin. Miss Marple's lips pursed. The real Canon Pennyfather would have stammered, dropped his book, or spilled his tea. This man was too smooth, like the St. Mary Mead stranger who'd fooled everyone with his smile. The inspector asked a few questions: where he was when the necklace was stolen, why he was in London. The maybe canon answered quickly, his story neat, a church conference, a few days at Bertram's. But Miss Marple noticed. His fingers tapped the table just once, a small thing, but enough to make her doubt him. Inspector Davy moved to Thomas next, who was wiping down a table. "Still no sign of the necklace," the inspector said, his eyes sharp. Thomas nodded, his face pale but steady. "I didn't take it, sir," he said, his voice firm. Miss Marple watched closely. Thomas's fear was gone, replaced by something else. Defiance, perhaps? In St. Mary Mead, the baker's boy had sounded the same when he'd been cleared of theft, but knew more than he said. The inspector glanced at Miss Marple, his eyes lingering for a moment. She smiled back, her face innocent. Policemen often underestimated old ladies, she knew, but this one seemed different. He reminded her of the St. Mary Mead constable who'd solved a case by noticing a muddy boot. She wondered what he'd noticed about the maybe canon. As the inspector left, Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind buzzing. Lady Bess's words in the courtyard, "Knew about it, Bertram's years ago," were a new thread. Was Lady Bess tied to the hotel's past? A scandal, perhaps, like the one in St. Mary Mead, where the mill owner had hidden stolen goods. And the maybe canon, with his ledger search and secret meeting, was he part of it too? She thought of the other guests, Bridget and Michael, scared and whispering, Elvira trembling with her letter, Mr. Humphreys scribbling his secrets, Thomas and Clara with their quick glances. The whispered plan from last night still echoed in her mind. Was it tied to the necklace or something bigger? In St. Mary Mead, small plans had led to big crimes, like the grocer's assistant who cheated his boss for a secret deal. She stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. Henry was at his post, polishing the brass. "Lovely day, madam," he said, his smile warm. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand pause on the rag, just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. Henry was always there, always watching, like the St. Mary Mead postman who knew too much. In her room, she sat by the window, her knitting in her lap. The courtyard was quiet, the ivy dark against the bricks. She thought of Lady Bess, her words about Bertram's, her hug with Elvira. She thought of the maybe canon, his ledger search, his meeting with the bald man. She thought of the whispered plan, the nervous couple, the shy girl's letter. All were threads, and Bertram's was the needle. Stitching them together, she closed her eyes, picturing St. Mary Mead, where the brooch scandal had taught her to trust the small things. A bent page, a quick glance, a whispered word. Bertram's was the same, she was sure. Lady Bess's secret was the key, she thought. But to what? A theft? A lie? Or something darker? Miss Marple smiled to herself, her mind as sharp as her needles. Puzzles were her favourite thing, and this one was growing clearer with every stitch. Chapter 8. A Question of Timing. Miss Jane Marple sat in the dining room of Bertram's hotel, her small hands folded neatly on the crisp white tablecloth. The evening light filtered through the tall windows, casting a soft glow on the silver cutlery and polished wood. The air smelled of roast lamb and warm bread, and the gentle clink of glasses mixed with the hum of polite chatter. Miss Marple's sharp eyes, hidden behind her gentle smile, moved over the guests. She loved dinner time. People relaxed, let their secrets slip, like crumbs from a scone. Tonight she was watching the hotel itself, its perfect service ticking, like a clock that might be set wrong. Her table was near a corner, giving her a clear view of the room. She wore her usual tweed skirt and a pale pink cardigan, her fluffy white hair tucked under a simple hat. To anyone watching, she was just an old lady enjoying her meal. But Miss Marple's mind was as quick as a needle, stitching together the threads of Bertram's puzzle. The stolen necklace, the nervous couple, the shy girl, the man with the notebook, the maybe canon's secret meeting, Lady Bess's tie to the hotel, and last night's whispered plan in the lobby. All were pieces, but the hotel's flawless. Rhythm was what nagged at her now. The dining room was a picture of perfection. Waiters glided between tables, their movements smooth as a dance. Plates appeared and vanished without a sound, and every glass was filled before it emptied. Miss Marple sipped her water, her eyes soft but watchful. It was too perfect, she thought, like the St. Mary Mead village fete, where the baker's cakes were always fresh because he'd planned a cheat. Small things, she knew, revealed big lies, and Bertram's small things, its flawless timing, its ever-present staff, were starting to unravel. Thomas, the waiter with slicked-back hair, served her meal: roast lamb, mashed potatoes, and green beans, simple but perfect. "Everything all right, madam?" he asked, his smile polite but tight. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand linger on the tray, just for a moment. He'd been blamed for stealing Lady Bess Sedgwick's necklace, but his fear had seemed real, not guilty. Now his eyes flicked to Clara, the pianist, playing a soft tune in the corner. Their glance was quick, like a spark, and Miss Marple tucked it away like a thread for her knitting. Across the room, Lady Bess sat with Elvira Blake, the shy girl. Lady Bess's red coat was draped over her chair, her blonde hair gleaming. She was talking loudly, her hands waving, but her eyes were sharp, scanning the room. Elvira's face was pale, her hands twisting a napkin. Yesterday, in the courtyard, Lady Bess had mentioned Bertram's, and years ago, hinting at a secret tie to the hotel. Miss Marple's mind ticked over. Was Lady Bess part of the hotel's past, like the mill owner in St. Mary Mead who'd hidden stolen goods? And was Elvira caught in it too? The young couple, Bridget and Michael, were at their usual table, their heads close together. Bridget's face was pale, her eyes red, as if she'd been crying. Michael's hand was tight on hers, his jaw set. Miss Marple's heart gave a little pang. They were scared, she thought, like the postman's daughter in St. Mary Mead, who'd run off with a boy and come back heartbroken. Their fear was a clue, but to what? She watched them stand suddenly, their chairs scraping, and hurry out, leaving their plates half full. Timing, she thought. They always left too fast. The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather sat alone, his black coat neat, his grey hair combed. His fish and potatoes sat untouched, his hands fidgeting with a fork. Miss Marple still doubted he was the Canon she knew from St. Mary Mead. The real Canon was clumsy, always spilling tea or losing his glasses. This man was too careful, his eyes darting to the door. Last night he'd rifled through the ledger, and 2 nights ago he'd met a bald man in a cafe, slipping a small object into his pocket. Miss Marple's lips pursed. His timing was off too, always moving when others were still, always watching when others looked away. Mr. Humphreys, the man with the notebook, was at a nearby table, his sharp suit slightly wrinkled, his tie crooked. He was eating slowly, his pen resting on an open notebook. His eyes flicked to Lady Bess, then to the maybe Canon, then to the door. Miss Marple wondered what he was writing. A detective, she thought, or a reporter chasing a story. In St. Mary, Mead, the local journalist, had been nosy, but harmless. Mr. Humphreys felt sharper, like a knife waiting to cut. His timing was perfect, always in the right place to watch, but that made her suspicious too. The dining-room door opened, and Miss Goringa glided in, her black dress crisp, her smile fixed. She moved from table to table, greeting guests with a nod or a word. When she reached Lady Bess, their talk was brief, but Miss Gorringe's hand tightened on her clipboard, just for a moment. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Miss Gorringe was the heart of Bertram's, always there, always watching, like the St. Mary Mead postmistress who knew everyone's letters. But her perfect timing, knowing every guest's name, every need, felt too smooth, like a clock wound too tight. Miss Marple ate her lamb, her mind buzzing. The hotel service was a machine, every part moving in sync. Waiters appeared before you called, trays vanished before you noticed, and Henry the doorman was always at his post, except last night, when the maybe Canon searched the ledger. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where the baker's perfect cakes had been a cover for his cheat. Was Bertram's perfection a cover too? A scheme, she thought, like the whispered plan she'd overheard between Mr. Humphreys and Clara. Timing was everything, and something at Bertram's was off. She finished her meal and dabbed her mouth with a napkin, her eyes on Thomas. He was clearing a table, his movements quick but careful. She remembered his glance with Clara, and Clara's whisper with Mr. Humphreys about the plan, and tomorrow night. Today was the day after, she realized, and nothing had happened yet. But the necklace theft, the maybe Canon's actions, Lady Bess's secret all pointed to something bigger, something timed like a clock. She stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. Henry was at his post, polishing the brass, his smile warm. "Evening, madam," he said, tipping his hat. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand pause on the rag, just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. Henry's timing was perfect too. Always there, except when he wasn't. Like last night, during the Maybe Cannon search. In the lobby, she paused by the reception desk, where Miss Gorringe was writing in her ledger. The page was open to 47, the same page the Maybe Cannon had studied. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. "Such a lovely hotel," she said, her voice mild. "Everything runs so smoothly." Miss Gorringe's smile was instant. "We do our best, Miss Marple," she said, her pen pausing. "Guests like you make it a pleasure." Her eyes flicked to the ledger, then back to Miss Marple, quick as a blink. Miss Marple nodded, her face innocent. In St. Mary Mead, the postmistress's quick glances had hidden a secret about stolen letters. Was Miss Gorringe hiding something, too? She decided to test her theory. "I noticed the staff are so quick," she said, her tone light. "Last night my tea arrived before I even asked. It's like magic." She watched Miss Gorringe closely, her eyes soft but sharp. Miss Gorringe's smile didn't waver, but her hand tightened on the pen. "We pride ourselves on service," she said. "Timing is everything." The word timing hung in the air, and Miss Marple's mind ticked over. Timing, she thought. The necklace vanished at the perfect moment, when everyone was distracted. The Maybe Cannon searched the ledger when Henry was gone. The whispered plan was set for tomorrow night. It was all about timing, and Bertram's was too perfect. She thanked Miss Gorringe and moved toward the lounge, her steps slow. The lounge was quieter now, with only a few guests. Lady Bess and Elvira were gone, but the Maybe Cannon was there, his book open but his eyes on the door. Mr. Humphreys sat by the window, his notebook closed, his fingers tapping his pen. Clara's piano was silent, but she was wiping down the keys, her face pale. Thomas was clearing a table, his eyes flicking to Clara. Miss Marple settled into an armchair, her knitting in her lap, though she didn't knit. The needles helped, her think like a clock counting seconds. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where the baker's perfect cakes had been timed to hide his cheat. He'd baked extra at night, selling them secretly to a rival shop. The timing had been his downfall. Miss Marple had noticed the flower on his shoes at odd hours. Here, the hotel's timing was the clue. Waiters were too quick. Henry was too absent. Miss Gorringe was too knowing. And the Maybe Cannon, with his late-night search and secret meeting, was moving to a rhythm of his own. Inspector Davy, the round-faced policeman, entered the lounge, his notebook in hand. He nodded to Miss Marple, his eyes sharp, then moved to the Maybe Cannon's table. "Canon Pennyfather," he said, his voice polite but firm. "A word, please." The Maybe Cannon looked up, his hand steady now, his face calm. "Of course, Inspector," he said, his voice smooth. He answered questions about the necklace theft, where he was, what he saw. But his story was too neat, like a rehearsed speech. Miss Marple's lips pursed. The real Canon would have stammered, dropped his book or mixed up details. This man was too perfect, like Bertram's itself. The inspector moved to Thomas, who was wiping a table. "Any new thoughts on the necklace?" he asked, his tone casual. Thomas shook his head, his eyes steady. "Nothing, sir. I didn't take it." Miss Marple watched closely. Thomas's fear was gone, replaced by a calm that felt practiced. In St. Mary Mead, the baker's boy had sounded the same when he'd hidden a secret deal. Clara, at the piano, started a new tune, but her fingers faltered when the inspector glanced her way. Miss Marple's needles twitched. Clara's whispers with Mr. Humphreys, her glances with Thomas, her pale face, all pointed to something hidden. Was she part of the plan? And was the necklace theft part of it too? The inspector left, and the lounge returned to its quiet hum. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind buzzing. The hotel's timing was the key, she thought. The necklace vanished at the perfect moment. The maybe cannon moved when no one watched. The whispered plan was set for a specific night. And Lady Bess's tie to Bertram's, hinted at in the courtyard, suggested the hotel itself was the heart of the scheme. She stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. Henry was at his post, his smile warm. "Good evening, madam," he said. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand pause on the door handle, just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. In her room, she sat by the window, her knitting in her lap. The courtyard was dark, the ivy a shadow against the bricks. She thought of the hotel's perfect service, the maybe cannon's smooth lies, Thomas's steady hands, Clara's faltering notes, Lady Bess's secret. All were tied to timing, she was sure, like the St. Mary Mead baker whose flour-dusted shoes gave him away. Bertram's was a clock, ticking towards something big, and Miss Marple was watching every second. She closed her eyes, picturing the dining room, the lounge, the ledger. The puzzle was clearer now, but not complete. The necklace was a spark, the plan was a shadow, and Bertram's was the stage. Miss Marple smiled to herself, her mind as sharp as her needles. Timing, she thought, would unravel it all, and she was very good at keeping time. Chapter 9. The Missing Train. Miss Jane Marple sat in the lounge of Bertram's hotel, her knitting needles resting quietly in her lap. The late morning light poured through the tall windows, glinting off the silver teapots and polished wood tables. The air smelled of fresh scones and lavender polish, and the soft hum of chatter filled the room. Miss Marple's sharp eyes, hidden behind her gentle smile, moved over the guests. She loved these quiet moments, when people let their secrets slip like crumbs from a biscuit. Today, though, the lounge was buzzing with a new kind of talk. A train robbery, reported in the morning papers, just outside London. Her table was near the fireplace, where a small fire crackled, though the day was warm. She wore her usual tweed skirt and a pale yellow cardigan, her fluffy white hair tucked under a neat hat. To anyone passing, she was just an old lady enjoying her tea. But Miss Marple's mind was as quick as a needle, stitching together the threads of Bertram's puzzle. The stolen necklace, the nervous couple, the shy girl, the man with the notebook, the maybe cannon's ledger search, Lady Bess's tie to the hotel, the whispered plan, and now this train robbery. All were pieces, and the robbery felt like a new thread tugging at the rest. The newspaper on her table, neatly folded, screamed the headline, "Train robbed near London. Jewels stolen." The article was short but vivid. A midnight train from London to Dover had been stopped, its safe emptied of jewels worth thousands. No one was hurt, but the thieves had vanished, leaving no trace. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her eyes soft but watchful. A robbery so close to Bertram's, so soon after the necklace theft, was no coincidence, she thought. In St. Mary Mead, a stolen purse at the village fete had led to a bigger crime, a planned theft at the manor. Small things, she knew, connected to big ones. She glanced around the lounge. Lady Bess Sedgwick sat at her usual corner table, her red coat bright, her blonde hair perfect. Her face was tight, her hands flipping through a magazine too fast to read. Elvira Blake, the shy girl, sat across from her, her dark hair falling over her pale face. Elvira's hands twisted a napkin, her eyes darting to the newspaper on a nearby table. Miss Marple's lips pursed. Lady Bess's anger about her necklace had been loud, but today she seemed quieter, almost nervous. Was she worried about the train robbery? Or something else? Her words in the courtyard, "Knew about it, Bertram's years ago," still echoed in Miss Marple's mind. Did the hotel hold a secret tied to this new crime? Thomas, the waiter with slicked-back hair, glided through the lounge, his tray steady. He served tea to Lady Bess and Elvira, his smile polite but thin. Miss Marple remembered his fear when accused of the necklace theft, and his quick glance with Clara, the pianist, yesterday. Today his eyes flicked to Elvira, then away, quick as a blink. Miss Marple's needles twitched, though she didn't knit. Another thread, she thought, like the ones in St. Mary Mead, where a glance between the baker's boy and the maid had hidden a secret deal. The young couple, Bridget and Michael, were in their corner, their heads close together. Bridget's face was pale, her hands clutching her handbag. Michael whispered something, his jaw tight, his eyes on the door. Miss Marple's heart gave a little pang. They were scared, she thought, like the postman's daughter in St. Mary Mead, who'd run off with a boy and come back crying. Ned's fear was a clue, and the train robbery news seemed to make it worse. Were they tied to it, or just caught in the hotel's web? The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather sat alone, his black coat neat, his grey hair combed. His book was open, but his hands shook as he turned the pages. Miss Marple still doubted he was the Canon she knew from St. Mary Mead. The real Canon was bumbling, always losing his glasses or spilling tea. This man was too sharp, his eyes darting to Lady Bess, then to the newspaper. 2 nights ago, he'd rifled through the ledger, and 3 nights ago, he'd met a bald man in a cafe, slipping a small object into his pocket. Miss Marple's mind ticked over. Was he linked to the train robbery? His timing, always off, made her suspicious. Mr. Humphreys, the man with the notebook, was near the window, his sharp suit wrinkled, his tie crooked. He was reading the newspaper, his pen hovering over his notebook. His eyes flicked to the maybe Canon, then to Lady Bess, then back to the paper. Miss Marple wondered what he was writing. A detective, she thought, or a reporter chasing a story. In St. Mary Mead, the local journalist had been nosy but harmless. Mr. Humphreys felt sharper, like a hawk watching its prey. Was he tracking the train robbery? or something closer to Bertram's. Clara, the pianist, was at the piano, her fingers playing a soft tune. Her pale face was calm, but her eyes flicked to Thomas when he passed. Miss Marple caught the glance, quick as a spark. Clara's whispers with Mr. Humphreys about the plan 2 nights ago still lingered in her mind. Was the plan tied to the necklace, the train robbery, or both? In St. Mary Mead, a whispered plan had led to a theft at the manor, uncovered because Miss Marple noticed a muddy boot. Here, the glances and whispers were her clues. The lounge door opened, and Inspector Davy, the round-faced policeman, stepped in, his notebook in hand. He nodded to Miss Gorringe, who was hovering near the entrance, her black dress crisp, her smile fixed. He made his way to Lady Bess's table, his voice low but clear. "Morning, Lady Bess," he said. "Heard about the train robbery, lady?" Bess's magazine dropped to the table, her face tight. "Yes, dreadful," she said, her voice sharp. "Thieves everywhere, it seems." Her eyes flicked to Elvira, then back to the inspector. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. Lady Bess's tone was too quick, like the St. Mary Mead vicar's wife, who'd spoken too fast to hide her guilt. The inspector nodded, his eyes sharp. "We're looking into it," he said. "Might be connected to your necklace, ma'am. Timing's interesting." He glanced at the maybe cannon, then at Thomas, who was clearing a table. Miss Marple's lips pursed. The inspector noticed timing too, she thought, like she did. Good policemen saw the small things, like the St. Mary Mead constable, who'd solved a theft with a smudged fingerprint. The inspector moved to the maybe cannon's table. "Canon Pennyfather," he said, his tone polite but firm. "Read about the train robbery?" The maybe canon looked up, his hands steady now, his face calm. "Yes, terrible news," he said, his voice smooth. "I was here all night, though. Church business keeps me busy." His story was neat, but Miss Marple noticed his fingers tap the table just once. The real canon would have stammered or dropped his book. This man was too perfect, like Bertram's itself. The inspector questioned Thomas next, who was wiping a table. "Know anything about trains, lad?" he asked, his tone casual. Thomas shook his head, his eyes steady. "Nothing, sir. I was working last night." Miss Marple watched closely. Thomas's calm felt practised, like the baker's boy in St. Mary Mead, who'd hidden a secret deal behind a steady voice. Clara's piano tune faltered, her eyes on Thomas. Miss Marple's needles twitched, though she didn't knit. Clara's glances, Thomas's calm, the maybe canon's smooth lies, all were tied to timing, she thought, like the hotel's perfect service. And the train robbery, so close to Bertram's, was no accident. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where a stolen purse at the fete had been a distraction for a bigger theft. Was the necklace theft a distraction too? She decided to dig deeper. After finishing her tea, she stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. Henry, the doorman, was at his post, polishing the brass, his smile warm. "Morning, madam," he said, tipping his hat. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand pause on the rag, just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. Henry's timing was always perfect, except when it wasn't, like during the maybe canon's ledger search. At the reception desk, Miss Gorringe was writing in her ledger, her smile fixed. "Anything I can help with, Miss Marple?" she asked, her voice smooth. "Oh, just curious about the news," Miss Marple said, her tone mild. "That train robbery sounds dreadful. So close to Bertram's, too." She watched Miss Gorringe, closely, her eyes soft but sharp. Miss Gorringe's pen paused just for a moment. "Yes, quite shocking," she said, "but Bertram's is safe, I assure you." Her smile was perfect, but her eyes flicked to the ledger, then back to Miss Marple. Miss Marple nodded, her face innocent. In St. Mary Mead, the postmistress's quick glances had hidden a secret about stolen letters. Was Miss Gorringe hiding something too? She wandered to the hotel's small library, a cosy room with shelves of books and a few armchairs. A newspaper lay open on a table, its headline about the train robbery bold and black. Miss Marple sat, pretending to read, but her eyes were on the door. She wanted to see who came and went, who reacted to the news. In St. Mary Mead, the village shop had been the place to watch. People's faces gave away their secrets when they read the news. The door opened, and Bridget and Michael slipped in, their faces pale. They sat in a corner, whispering, their eyes on the newspaper. Bridget's hands shook as she pointed to the headline, and Michael's jaw tightened. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. They knew something, she thought, like the St. Mary Mead couple who'd been scared after a burglary because they'd seen too much. Next came Mr. Humphreys, his notebook tucked under his arm. He glanced at the newspaper, his eyes narrowing, then sat and began writing. Miss Marple wondered what he was noting. Was he tracking the robbery, or the people tied to it? His timing was always perfect, always in the right place to watch. Too perfect, she thought. The maybe canon entered, his steps quick but uneven. He picked up the newspaper, his hands steady, but his eyes flicked to Bridget and Michael, then to Mr. Humphreys. He sat, pretending to read, but Miss Marple saw his fingers, tapped the armrest just once. Timing, she thought. He was always moving at the wrong moment, like the St. Mary Mead stranger who'd slipped out during a meeting to plan a theft. She stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way back to the lobby. Henry was at his post, his smile unchanged. Miss Gorringe was at the desk, her ledger open to page 47, the same page the maybe canon had studied. Miss Marple paused, her voice mild. "Such a lovely library," she said. "The newspapers keep one informed, don't they?" Miss Gorringe nodded, her smile tight. "Indeed, Miss Marple, we like to keep our guests up to date." Her hand paused on the ledger just for a moment. Miss Marple's mind ticked over. The ledger, the robbery, the necklace. All were linked, she was sure, like the St. Mary Mead scandal, where a stolen purse led to a bigger crime. In her room, she sat by the window, her knitting in her lap. The courtyard was quiet, the ivy dark against the bricks. She thought of the train robbery, so close to Bertram's, and the hotel's perfect timing. Waiters too quick, Henry too absent, Miss Gorringe too knowing. She thought of Lady Bess's tie to the hotel, the maybe canon's ledger search, the whispered plan. All were threads, and the robbery was a new one, pulling them tighter. She closed her eyes, picturing St. Mary Mead, where a stolen purse had been a distraction for a bigger theft. Bertram's was the same, she thought. The necklace was the spark, the robbery was the flame, and the hotel was the fuel. Miss Marple smiled to herself, her mind as sharp as her needles. Timing, She thought would unravel it all, and she was very good at keeping time. Chapter 10. Faces in the Crowd Miss. Jane Marple sat in the lounge of Bertram's hotel, her knitting needles resting quietly in her lap. The afternoon light streamed through the tall windows, glinting off the silver teapots and polished wood tables. The air smelled of fresh scones and lavender polish, and the soft hum of chatter filled the room. Miss Marple's sharp eyes, hidden behind her gentle smile, moved over the guests. She loved these quiet moments, when people let their secrets slip like crumbs from a biscuit. Today, though, her heart was racing, not from the tea, but from the faces she'd seen, faces that stirred memories from St. Mary Mead. Her table was near the fireplace, where a small fire crackled. Though the day was mild, she wore her usual tweed skirt and a pale blue cardigan, her fluffy white hair tucked under a neat hat. To anyone passing, she was just an old lady enjoying her tea. But Miss Marple's mind was as quick as a needle, stitching together the threads of Bertram's puzzle. The stolen necklace, the nervous couple, the shy girl, the man with the notebook, the maybe Canon's ledger search, Lady Bess's tie to the hotel, the whispered plan, and the train robbery nearby. All were pieces, but the familiar faces she'd spotted today were new threads, pulling the puzzle tighter. She sipped her tea, the Earl Grey, warm and soothing, and let her eyes wander. The lounge was busy, with waiters gliding between tables and guests chatting over their scones. Lady Bess Sedgwick sat at her usual corner table, her red coat bright, her blonde hair perfect. Her face was tight, her hands flipping through a magazine too fast to read. Elvira Blake, the shy girl, sat across from her, her dark hair falling over her pale face, her hands twisting a napkin. Miss Marple remembered Lady Bess's words in the courtyard, knew about it, Bertram's, years ago, and Elvira's trembling fear. Were they tied to the hotel's secrets, or the train robbery in the papers? Across the room the young couple, Bridget and Michael, huddled together. Bridget's face was pale, her eyes red, as if she'd been crying. Michael's jaw was tight, his hand on hers, his eyes on the door. Miss Marple's heart gave a little pang. They were scared, she thought, like the postman's daughter in St. Mary Mead, who'd run off with a boy and come back heartbroken. Their fear was a clue, and the train robbery news seemed to make it worse. Were they running from something or someone? The man who looked like Canon Pennyfather sat alone, his black coat neat, his grey hair combed. His book was open, but his eyes darted to Lady Bess, then to the door. Miss Marple still doubted he was the Canon she knew from St. Mary Mead. The real Canon was bumbling, always losing his glasses or spilling tea. This man was too sharp, his timing too perfect. Rifling the ledger, meeting a bald man in a cafe, slipping a small object into his pocket. Was he tied to the necklace theft, the train robbery, or both? Mr. Humphreys, the man with the notebook, was near the window, his sharp suit wrinkled, his tie crooked. He was writing quickly, his eyes flicking to the maybe Canon, then to Lady Bess. Miss Marple wondered what he was noting. A detective, she thought, or a reporter chasing a story. In St. Mary Mead, the local journalist had been nosy, but harmless. Mr. Humphreys felt sharper, like a hawk watching its prey. His presence at every key moment, the necklace theft, the train robbery news, was too neat, like Bertram's perfect service. Thomas, the waiter with slicked-back hair, glided through, the lounge his tray steady. His smile was polite, but his eyes flicked to Clara, the pianist, playing a soft tune in the corner. Miss Marple caught the glance, quick as a spark. Clara's whispers with Mr. Humphreys about the plan, and her glances with Thomas were threads in the puzzle. In St. Mary Mead, such glances had meant love or trouble, often both. Were Thomas and Clara part of the plan, or just caught in it? But it was the new faces that made Miss Marple's heart race. This morning, in the lobby, she'd seen a woman with a sharp nose and grey curls reading a newspaper. Her face was familiar, like Mrs. Price from St. Mary Mead, who'd left the village years ago after a scandal involving stolen silver. Mrs. Price had been clever, hiding her theft behind a loud laugh, much like Lady Bess. Was this woman her? And if so, why was she at Bertram's now, when a necklace and a train's jewels had been stolen? Then, in the dining room at lunch, she'd spotted a man with a limp and a red face, sipping soup. He looked like Mr. Sanders, a St. Mary Mead shopkeeper who'd vanished after being caught forging cheques. His limp, his quick glances were the same. Miss Marple's lips pursed. Two familiar faces, both tied to old crimes, here at Bertram's. It was too much to be chance, she thought, like the St. Mary Mead fete, where two thieves had met to plan a bigger theft. She thought of the St. Mary Mead scandal, where a stolen brooch had led to a bigger crime, a planned robbery at the manor. Mrs. Price and Mr. Sanders had been part of it, their faces familiar, but their actions hidden. Here, the familiar faces, the maybe Mrs. Price, the maybe Mr. Sanders, were clues. Were they tied to the necklace theft, the train robbery, or the whispered plan? And was Bertram's, with its perfect service and Lady Bess's secret tie, the meeting place for something bigger? She sipped her tea, her mind buzzing. The hotel's timing, as she'd noticed yesterday, was too perfect. Waiters too quick, Henry the doorman too absent, Miss Gorringe too knowing. The necklace had vanished at the perfect moment. The maybe canon had searched the ledger when no one watched, and the train robbery had happened just when the hotel was stirred. Now, these familiar faces added a new layer, like the St. Mary Mead scandal, where old faces had hidden new crimes. The lounge door opened, and Inspector Davy, the round-faced policeman, stepped in, his notebook in hand. He nodded to Miss Gorringe, who was hovering near the entrance, her black dress crisp, her smile fixed. He made his way to Lady Bess's table, his voice low. "Afternoon, Lady Bess," he said. "We're looking into the train robbery. Any thoughts?" Lady Bess's magazine dropped, her face tight. "Why ask me?" she snapped, her voice sharp. "I'm here, not robbing trains." Her eyes flicked to Elvira, who looked down, her hands trembling. Miss Marple's heart gave a little jump. Lady Bess's anger was too quick, like the St. Mary Mead vicar's wife, who'd spoken too fast to hide her guilt. The inspector nodded, his eyes sharp. "Just checking, ma'am. Timing's interesting. First your necklace, now this." He glanced at the maybe canon, then at Thomas, who was clearing a table. Miss Marple's lips pursed. The inspector noticed timing too, like she did. Good policemen saw the small things, like the St. Mary Mead constable, who'd solved a theft with a smudged fingerprint. The inspector moved to the maybe canon's table. "Canon Pennyfather," he said, his tone firm, "know anything about trains?" The maybe canon looked up, his hands steady, his face calm. "Nothing, Inspector," he said, his voice smooth. "I was here last night reading." His story was neat, but Miss Marple noticed his fingers tap the table just once. The real canon would have stammered or dropped his book. This man was too perfect, like Bertram's itself. The inspector questioned Thomas next, who was wiping a table. "Working last night, lad?" he asked, his tone casual. Thomas nodded, his eyes steady. "All night, sir. Ask Miss Gorringe." Miss Marple watched closely. Thomas's calm felt practised, like the St. Mary Mead baker's boy, who'd hidden a secret deal behind a steady voice. Clara's piano tune faltered, her eyes on Thomas. Miss Marple's needles twitched, though she didn't knit. Clara's glances, Thomas's calm, the maybe canon's smooth lies, the familiar faces, all were tied to timing, she thought, and the train robbery, so close to Bertram's, was no accident. She thought of St. Mary Mead, where a stolen purse had been a distraction for a bigger theft. Was the necklace theft a distraction too? She decided to dig deeper. After finishing her tea, she stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way to the lobby. Henry was at his post, polishing the brass, his smile warm. "Afternoon, madam," he said, tipping his hat. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes crinkling. She noticed his hand pause on the rag, just for a moment. Another small thing, but enough to make her wonder. Henry's timing was always perfect, except when it wasn't, like during the maybe canon's ledger search. At the reception desk, Miss Gorringe was writing in her ledger, her smile fixed. "Anything I can help with, Miss Marple?" she asked, her voice smooth. "Oh, just curious about the guests," Miss Marple said, her tone mild. "So many interesting faces here. Some seem familiar." She watched Miss Gorringe closely, her eyes soft but sharp. Miss Gorringe's pen paused, just for a moment. "We get all sorts, Miss Marple," she said, her smile tight. "Bertram's is popular." Her eyes flicked to the ledger, then back to Miss Marple. Miss Marple nodded, her face innocent. In St. Mary Mead, the postmistress's quick glances had hidden a secret about stolen letters. Was Miss Gorringe hiding something about the guests? She wandered to the hotel's small reading room, a quiet space with shelves of books and a few armchairs. The maybe Mrs. Price was there, reading a newspaper, her sharp nose buried in the train robbery story. Miss Marple sat, pretending to read a book, but her eyes were on the woman. Her grey curls, her quick glances. Yes, it was Mrs. Price, she was sure. In St. Mary Mead, Mrs. Price had been clever, hiding her theft behind a loud laugh. Was she here for the same reason? The door opened, and the maybe Mr. Sanders entered, his limp noticeable, his red face tense. He picked up a newspaper, his eyes scanning the robbery headline, then sat, his hands fidgeting. Miss Marple's heart raced. Two faces from St. Mary Mead, both tied to old crimes, here at Bertram's. It was no coincidence, she thought, like the St. Mary Mead fete, where thieves had met to plan a bigger crime. She stood, her handbag over her arm, and made her way back to the lobby. Henry was at his post, his smile unchanged. Miss Gorringe was at the desk, her ledger open to page 47, the same page the maybe canon had studied. Miss Marple paused, her voice mild. "Such a cosy reading room," she said. So many familiar faces today. Miss Gorringe nodded, her smile tight. "We're glad you're enjoying your stay, Miss Marple," she said, her hand pausing on the ledger. Miss Marple's mind ticked over. The ledger, the robbery, the necklace, the familiar faces, all were linked, she was sure, like the St. Mary Mead scandal where a stolen purse led to a bigger crime. In her room, she sat by the window, her knitting in her lap. The courtyard was quiet, the ivy dark against the bricks. She thought of the familiar faces, Mrs. Price, Mr. Sanders, and their ties to old crimes. She thought of Lady Bess's secret, the Maybe Cannon's ledger search, the whispered plan, the train robbery. All were threads, and Bertram's was the needle, stitching them together. She closed her eyes, picturing St. Mary Mead, where a stolen brooch had been a distraction for a bigger theft. Bertram's was the same, she thought. The necklace was the spark, the robbery was the flame, and the familiar faces were the fuel. Miss Marple smiled to herself, her mind as sharp as her needles. Faces, she thought, would unravel it all, and she was very good at remembering faces. Chapter 11. The Locked Room. The clock in the grand hall of Bertram's hotel ticked softly, its golden hands pointing to just past midnight. The hotel, usually buzzing with polite chatter and the clink of teacups, was now wrapped in a heavy quiet. Miss Jane Marple sat in her favourite armchair by the fireplace in the lounge, a ball of knitting wool in her lap. Her needles clicked gently, but her eyes were sharp, darting toward the shadows in the corners of the room. She wasn't knitting for the sake of knitting tonight. No, she was watching, listening, waiting. The day had been strange. The news of the missing necklace still hung over the hotel like a storm cloud. Guests whispered in the dining room, their voices low and nervous. The staff, always so perfect, seemed a little too perfect, their smiles tight, their movements quick. Miss Marple had noticed it all. The way the head porter, Mr. Humphreys, lingered too long near the front desk, his eyes scanning the lobby. The way the maid, Bessie, fumbled with her tray when asked about the third floor. And then there was the curious clergyman, Canon Pennyfather, who had wandered into the lounge earlier, muttering about a train he couldn't remember catching. Something was wrong at Bertram's, and Miss Marple felt it in her bones the way she'd felt it years ago in St. Mary Mead when old Mrs. Cleary's silver spoons went missing. Now, in the stillness of the night, Miss Marple's thoughts were interrupted by a sound, a soft thud like a book falling from a shelf. It came from upstairs, faint but unmistakable. She paused her knitting, her hands still, her ears straining. The hotel was a maze of corridors and staircases, and sounds could play tricks, but this one felt close. Too close. She glanced at the clock again. midnight. Most guests were asleep, or should be. She set her knitting aside, tucked her shawl around her shoulders, and stood, her small frame moving with surprising quickness for a woman of her age. The lobby was empty, save for the night porter, a young man named Tom, who was dozing behind the desk. His head jerked up as Miss Marple approached, her soft shoes barely making a sound on the thick carpet. "Good evening, Tom," she said, her voice kind but firm. "Did you hear anything just now? A noise, perhaps, from upstairs?" Blinked, rubbing his eyes. "No, ma'am. It's been quiet as a church. Just the usual creaks, you know, old building and all." Miss Marple nodded, her lips pursed. Of course, old buildings do have their noises, but I thought I heard something from the 3rd floor. Perhaps you could check. I'd feel better knowing all is well. Tom hesitated, then grabbed a heavy flashlight from under the desk. Right, ma'am. I'll take a look. 3rd floor, you say? If you would be so kind, Miss Marple said, her eyes twinkling with that gentle insistence that made people do what she asked without quite knowing why. Tom nodded and headed for the staircase, his flashlight beam cutting through the dim light. Miss Marple followed at a distance, her steps slow but deliberate. She didn't want to seem nosy, but she had no intention of staying behind. The thud had come from the direction of the 3rd floor, where the grand suites were, and where the flamboyant heiress, Lady Sedgwick, had her rooms. It was also where Canon Pennyfather was staying, and where the nervous young couple, Mr. and Mrs. Willis, had been seen whispering in the hallway earlier that day. The 3rd floor was a long corridor, lined with polished oak doors, each with a gleaming brass number. The air smelled of lavender polish and old wood, but there was something else tonight. A faint tang, sharp and metallic, like copper. Miss Marple's nose wrinkled. She knew that smell. It wasn't pleasant, and it didn't belong in a place like Bertram's. Tom stopped at the end of the corridor, his flashlight sweeping over the doors. Everything looks fine, Miss Marple, he said, his voice low. No one's about. Maybe it was just the pipes. Miss Marple tilted her head, her eyes fixed on the door to room 312. It was slightly ajar, just a crack, and a thin sliver of light spilled onto the carpet. That door, she said softly. It shouldn't be open, should it? Tom frowned and stepped closer, pushing the door gently. It swung inward with a creak, revealing a room bathed in the soft glow of a bedside lamp. The room was one of the hotel's finest, with heavy velvet curtains, a 4-poster bed, and a mahogany writing desk. But what caught Miss Marple's eye was the figure slumped in an armchair by the window. It was Mr. Willis, the young man from The Nervous Couple, his head lolling to one side, his face pale as chalk. "Mr. Willis!" Tom gasped, rushing forward. He knelt beside the chair, shaking the man's shoulder. "Sir, are you all right?" Miss Marple moved closer, her heart quickening but her mind sharp. She noticed the room's details in an instant. The untouched bed, the glass of water on the side table, the faint smear of something dark on the carpet near the chair, and the door. The lock was heavy, old-fashioned, with a key still in it, turned to the locked position, yet the door had been open. That didn't make sense. "Tom," she said calmly, "please fetch the manager, and a doctor, if you can. I believe Mr. Willis needs help." Tom nodded, his face white, and bolted from the room. Miss Marple stayed, her eyes scanning every inch of the scene. Mr. Willis wasn't moving, but his chest rose and fell faintly. He was alive, thank goodness, but something was very wrong. She stepped closer, careful not to touch anything. The dark smear on the carpet was blood, just a small patch, but enough to make her stomach tighten. She followed the trail with her eyes. It led to the window, which was shut tight, the latch secure. No one had come in or out that way. She turned her attention to the desk. A pen lay on its side, as if dropped in a hurry. A few papers were scattered, one with a smudge of ink. Miss Marple leaned closer, her glasses catching the light. The paper had a few words scrawled on it. "Tell her. Tonight." The handwriting was shaky, not like the neat script she'd expect from a man like Mr. Willis, who seemed so careful in public. The sound of footsteps in the corridor snapped her back to the moment. Mr. Humphreys, the head porter, appeared in the doorway, his face flushed. Behind him was Dr. Stokes, a guest who happened to be a retired physician staying at the hotel. Tom trailed behind, looking shaken. "What's happened here?" Mr. Humphreys demanded, his voice sharp but controlled. "Mr. Willis is unwell," Miss Marple said simply, stepping back to let the doctor through. "I heard a noise and asked Tom to check. We found him like this." Dr. Stokes knelt beside Mr. Willis, checking his pulse and lifting his eyelids. "He's unconscious," the doctor said after a moment. "Pulse is weak but steady. No obvious injuries, but—" He paused, sniffing the air. "There's a faint smell. Bitter, like almonds. Could be something in his system." Miss Marple's mind raced. Almonds. That smell was familiar, too familiar, from a case in St. Mary Mead years ago. Poison. But she kept her thoughts to herself, her face a mask of polite concern. "We need to get him to a hospital," Dr. Stokes said, standing. "And call the police. This doesn't look like an accident." Mr. Humphreys nodded, his jaw tight. "I'll handle it. Tom, help me move him to the bed." "No," Miss Marple said quickly, her voice gentle but firm. "Best not to move him until the police arrive. They'll want to see everything as it is." Mr. Humphreys looked at her, surprised, but he nodded. "Very well, Miss Marple. You're right, of course." As Tom ran to fetch the police, Miss Marple's eyes drifted back to the room. The locked door, the blood, the note. It all pointed to something deliberate. She thought of the whispers she'd overheard in the lobby, the plan that someone had mentioned. And then there was Canon Pennyfather, who had been seen near this corridor earlier, looking confused. Was he involved, or was he just another piece of the puzzle? The police arrived within the hour, led by Inspector Campbell, a tall man with a no-nonsense air. He listened as Mr. Humphreys explained what had happened, then turned to Miss Marple, who stood quietly by the door. "You found him, ma'am?" the inspector asked, his notebook already open. "I heard a noise," Miss Marple said, her voice soft. "I asked Tom to check, and we found Mr. Willis like this." The door was ajar, which seemed odd since the key was turned in the lock. "Inspector," Campbell's eyebrows rose. "A locked room, you say, and the key still inside?" He stepped over to the door, examining the lock. No signs of tampering. Interesting. Miss Marple said nothing, but her mind was working. A locked room wasn't always what it seemed. She remembered a case in her village where a locked door had hidden a simple trick. A string pulled through a keyhole to turn the lock from the head outside. But this felt different. The blood, the note, the smell of almonds. It all pointed to something bigger, something planned. The inspector questioned Dr. Stokes, who repeated his suspicions about poison. "We won't know for sure until tests are done," the doctor said. "But I'd wager it's something fast-acting. He's lucky to be alive." As the police began to search the room, Miss Marple slipped into the corridor, her eyes scanning the carpet. She noticed a tiny speck of dust, out of place in the spotless hotel. It was near the door to room 310, Canon, Pennyfather's room. She bent down, pretending to adjust her shoe, and picked up the speck. It wasn't dust. It was a tiny piece of glass, sharp and clear, like from a broken vial. Her heart skipped a beat. Glass? Poison? A locked room? She tucked the fragment into her handkerchief and stood, her face calm. The police were busy, and she didn't want to draw attention. Not yet. Back in the lounge, the hotel was waking up. Guests gathered in small groups, whispering about the commotion. Lady Sedgwick, the flamboyant heiress, stood by the fireplace, her red dress catching the light. She looked pale, her usual confidence shaken. "Miss Marple," she said, spotting the older woman. "What's happened? They're saying someone was attacked." "Not attacked, I think," Miss Marple said gently. "Mr. Willis is unwell. The police are looking into it." Lady Sedgwick's eyes narrowed. "Unwell, that's what they're calling it. I heard there was blood." Miss Marple smiled, her expression mild. "People do talk, don't they? I'm sure the police will sort it out." But as she spoke, her mind was elsewhere. The note, "Tell her, tonight." Who was her? Lady Sedgwick, Mrs. Willis, or someone else entirely? And the blood? It was too little for a serious injury, but enough to suggest a struggle. She thought of the train robbery mentioned in the papers, the secretive meetings in the lobby, the odd behaviour of the staff. Bertram's hotel was like a stage, with everyone playing a part. But who was directing the show? She returned to her room, her knitting tucked under her arm. As she sat by the window, looking out at the dark London streets, she began to piece it together. The locked room was a puzzle, but not impossible. The key in the lock, the open door, the glass fragment. It all pointed to someone who knew the hotel well, someone who could move without being noticed. A staff member, perhaps, or a guest who wasn't what they seemed. Miss Marple thought of Canon Pennyfather again. His forgetfulness, his wandering, his odd comment about a train. Was he a victim, a witness, or something more? And Mrs. Willis, where was she? No one had seen her since dinner. Miss Marple's fingers tightened around her knitting needles. She didn't have all the answers yet, but she was close, very close. The night stretched on, and Bertram's hotel held its secrets tight. But Miss Marple was patient. She would wait, watch, and listen. The truth, like a poorly knitted stitch, would unravel in time. Chapter 12. Uncertain Alibis. The morning sun filtered through the heavy curtains of Bertram's hotel, casting soft light across the polished floors of the dining room. Miss Jane Marple sat at her usual table by the window, a cup of tea steaming in front of her. Her knitting lay folded neatly in her lap, but her hands were still, her eyes sharp as she watched the guests trickle in for breakfast. The air buzzed with whispers, nervous glances, and the clink of silverware. Last night's discovery of Mr. Willis, unconscious in his locked room, had shaken the hotel. The police were still here, their heavy boots echoing in the corridors, and everyone seemed to have a story, or an excuse. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind turning over the events of the night before. The locked room, the smear of blood, the faint smell of almonds, the tiny glass fragment she'd tucked into her handkerchief. It all pointed to something deliberate, something planned. The note on Mr. Willis's desk, with its shaky, "Tell her tonight," kept nagging at her. Who was her? And where was Mrs. Willis, who hadn't been seen since dinner? The hotel felt like a puzzle box, with pieces that didn't quite fit. But Miss Marple was good at puzzles. She'd solved plenty in St. Mary Mead, from missing jewellery to hidden grudges, and she wasn't about to let Bertram's secrets slip through her fingers. Inspector Campbell had set up a small office in the hotel's private parlour, questioning guests and staff one by one. Miss Marple had overheard him talking to Mr. Humphreys, the head porter, about alibis. Everyone claimed to have been somewhere else when Mr. Willis was found. But alibis, Miss Marple knew, were like old lace, pretty until you looked closely and saw the holes. She glanced across the dining room. Lady Sedgwick, the flamboyant heiress, sat alone at a corner table, her red lipstick bright, but her eyes tired. She was picking at a scone, her usual spark dimmed. Near the door, Canon Pennyfather, the forgetful clergyman, fumbled with his napkin, muttering to himself about a train schedule. The hotel staff moved smoothly, too smoothly, their smiles fixed like masks. Bessie, the young maid, nearly dropped a tray of toast when a guest asked her a question, and Mr. Humphreys stood by the entrance, watching everyone, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. She remembered a case in her village years ago, when young Tommy Pierce claimed he was at the bakery during a theft. But his muddy shoes told a different story. Alibis were only as good as the details behind them. She decided to listen, to watch, and to ask her own quiet questions. After breakfast, she made her way to the lounge where a small group of guests had gathered. The police had asked everyone to stay close, and the atmosphere was tense, like a storm waiting to break. Miss Marple settled into her armchair by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. She didn't need to eavesdrop. People always talked around her, mistaking her for a harmless old lady. And they were talking now. I was in my room all evening, said Mrs. Carpenter, a stout woman with a pearl brooch, reading my novel. I didn't hear a thing until the police arrived. Same here, said Mr. Langley, a businessman with a loud tie. I was writing letters, never left my room after 9. Miss Marple's needles paused. Mr. Langley's voice had a slight waver, and his eyes flicked towards the door. She made a mental note. People who were too quick to say where they were often had something to hide. She turned her attention to Canon Pennyfather, who was sitting nearby, staring at his teacup as if it held the secrets of the universe. Canon, she said gently, you must have been quite shaken by all this. Were you in your room last night? The Canon blinked, his round face confused. My room? Oh, yes, I suppose so. I was reading. Or perhaps I went for a walk. I do get muddled, you know. There was a train I meant to catch, but I don't think I did. Miss Marple smiled kindly, but her mind was racing. A train. He kept mentioning trains, just like the newspaper reports about the robbery nearby. Was it a coincidence, or was the Canon mixed up in something bigger? She remembered the glass fragment she'd found near his door. It was still in her handkerchief, hidden in her knitting bag. Before she could ask more, Inspector Campbell entered the lounge, his notebook in hand. "Good morning," he said, his voice firm. "I'd like to speak with a few of you again. Mrs. Willis, if you please." The room went quiet. Mrs. Willis, the nervous young woman who was Mr. Willis's wife, hadn't been seen all morning. Heads turned, but she wasn't there. Inspector Campbell's frown deepened. "Has anyone seen Mrs. Willis today?" No one spoke. Miss Marple's needles clicked once, twice, then stopped. She thought of the note again. Tell her, tonight. Was Mrs. Willis the her? And if so, why was she missing? "I saw her last night," Lady Sedgwick said suddenly, her voice cutting through the silence. "At dinner. She was with her husband, but she looked upset. Kept looking at the door, like she was waiting for someone." Inspector Campbell turned to her. "And where were you after dinner, Lady Sedgwick?" "Me?" She laughed, but it sounded forced. "I was in the bar, having a drink with Mr. Humphreys. We were discussing— Oh, old times, I've known this hotel for years." Miss Marple's eyebrows rose slightly. "Lady Sedgwick and Mr. Humphreys? That was interesting." She remembered the heiress's odd story about her connection to Bertram's, how it didn't quite add up. And Mr. Humphreys had been near the 3rd floor last night, too close to the locked room for comfort. The inspector made a note. "And you, Canon Pennyfather? Where were you around midnight?" The canon looked startled, his teacup rattling. "Midnight? Oh dear, I think I was asleep. Or perhaps I was looking for my book. I do lose things, you know." Inspector Campbell sighed, clearly frustrated. Miss Marple felt a pang of sympathy. The canon's vagueness was maddening, but she suspected it wasn't entirely genuine. People often played the fool to avoid questions. She'd seen it before, with old Mr. Hodge in St. Mary Mead, who pretended to be deaf when anyone asked about his missing chickens. As the inspector moved on to question others, Miss Marple slipped out of the lounge and headed for the 3rd floor. The police had sealed off Mr. Willis's room, but the corridor was quiet now. She wanted to see if anything else stood out. Her soft shoes made no sound as she walked past the oak doors, her eyes scanning the carpet, the walls, the brass numbers. Near room 310, Canon Pennyfather's room, she paused. There was another speck on the carpet, not dust this time, but a tiny thread, bright red like the colour of Lady Sedgwick's dress. She bent down, pretending to adjust her shawl, and picked it up. Red thread, glass fragment, a locked room. The pieces were starting to form a picture, but it was still blurry. She tucked the thread into her handkerchief and moved on, her mind turning to Mrs. Willis. The young woman's absence was troubling. Miss Marple remembered her nervous glances at dinner, the way she clung to her husband's arm. Was she hiding, or had something happened to her? Back in the lounge, the questioning continued. Inspector Campbell was now talking to Bessie, the maid, who was twisting her apron in her hands. "I was cleaning the 2nd floor all evening," she said, her voice shaky. "I didn't go near the 3rd floor, I swear. And you saw nothing unusual?" the inspector pressed. Bessie shook her head, but her eyes darted to Mr. Humphreys, who was standing by the door. Miss Marple noticed. It was a small thing, but small things mattered. She thought of the village grocer, Mr. Tuttle, who always looked away when he lied about his prices. Bessie was nervous, and Mr. Humphreys was watching her too closely. The morning dragged on, with more guests offering alibis. Mr. Langley said he'd been writing letters, but Miss Marple remembered seeing a smudge of ink on his cuff. Not the kind you get from careful writing. Mrs. Carpenter claimed she'd been reading, but her novel was still on the table, unopened, its pages crisp, and Lady Sedgwick's story about drinking with Mr. Humphreys didn't match the porter's own account. He'd said he was checking the lobby at 10. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind working like a loom, weaving threads together. The locked room, the poison, the missing wife, the train robbery, the red thread. It was all connected, she was sure of it. But how? She thought of Bertram's itself, so perfect, so polished, yet hiding something dark. The staff moved like clockwork, but clocks could be tampered with. She remembered the cryptic conversation she'd overheard in the lobby about the plan. Was Mr. Willis part of it, or had he stumbled onto something he shouldn't have? By afternoon, the police had found Mrs. Willis. She was in a small hotel across town, shaken but unharmed. She claimed she'd left Bertram's after dinner, too upset to stay, and hadn't known about her husband until the police called. He was acting strange, she told Inspector Campbell, her voice trembling. He said he had to meet someone, but he wouldn't tell me who. Miss Marple listened from her corner, her knitting needles clicking. Mrs. Willis's story was plausible, but it left gaps. Why hadn't she told anyone she was leaving? And why was her husband meeting someone in secret? The note. Tell her. Tonight? Suggested Mr. Willis had information. Something dangerous enough to land him unconscious in a locked room. As the day wore on, Miss Marple took a walk in the hotel garden, her shawl wrapped tight against the chilly air. The garden was quiet, with neat rows of roses and a small fountain bubbling in the centre. She sat on a bench, her knitting in her lap, and let her mind wander. She thought of St. Mary Mead, of the time young Mary Pritchard's alibi fell apart, because she'd forgotten her scarf at the scene of a theft. Alibis were fragile, built on details that could trip you up. The red thread, the glass fragment, the ink smudge. They were all clues, small but sharp, like thorns on a rose. She returned to the hotel just as Inspector Campbell was leaving the parlour, his face grim. "Miss Marple," he said, spotting her. "You seem to notice things. Anything you'd like to share?" She smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Oh, I'm just an old lady who likes to watch people. But I did wonder about that door, Inspector. The key was turned, yet it was open. And Mrs. Willis, she left so suddenly. Perhaps she knows more than she's saying." The inspector nodded, his expression thoughtful. "We're looking into it. The hospital says Mr. Willis is stable, but he hasn't woken up. Poison, likely, but we're waiting for tests." Miss Marple nodded, her face calm. "Poison is such a nasty thing, isn't it? So quiet, but so final." As the inspector walked away, Miss Marple settled back into her armchair. The hotel was still buzzing, but she felt a quiet certainty growing inside her. The alibis were crumbling, one by one. Lady Sedgwick's story didn't match Mr. Humphreys's. Bessie's nervous glance betrayed her. Canon Pennyfather's confusion seemed too convenient, and Mrs. Willis's sudden departure raised too many questions. Miss Marple's needles clicked, steady and sure. She didn't have the whole picture yet, but she was close. The hotel was a web, and someone at its centre was pulling the strings. She would keep watching, keep listening, and soon she knew the truth would slip out like a loose stitch in a sweater. Chapter 13. The Mastermind. Revealed Miss Jane Marple sat in her favourite armchair by the window in Bertram's hotel lounge, her knitting needles clicking softly. The room was warm, the fire crackling, and the faint hum of conversation filled the air. To anyone watching, she was just an old lady, her white hair tucked neatly under a lace cap, her eyes half closed, as if lost in thought. But Miss Marple was wide awake, her mind sharp as ever, piecing together the puzzle of Bertram's hotel. For days she had watched and listened. The stolen necklace, the strange clergyman, the late-night whispers in the lobby, the train robbery nearby, all these things pointed to something bigger. Bertram's was too perfect, too polished. The staff moved like clockwork, always smiling, always ready with a cup of tea or a kind word. But Miss Marple knew better. In her little village of St. Mary Mead, she had seen perfect façades hide dark secrets. And Bertram's, she was sure, was hiding a very dark secret indeed. She glanced around the lounge. The flamboyant heiress, Lady Bess Sedgwick, sat at a corner table, her bright laugh ringing out as she chatted with a young man. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Lady Bess was charming, bold, and clever. Too clever, perhaps. Her stories about her past didn't quite match up, and her connection to the hotel seemed deeper than she let on. Then there was Mr. Humphreys, the hotel manager, with his smooth manners and watchful eyes. He was always there, always knowing just what to say. And the staff, maids, porters, waiters, they were too perfect, too quick to please. Miss Marple had seen that kind of perfection before, in St. Mary Mead, when a group of thieves worked together to fool everyone. She set her knitting down and sipped her tea, her mind racing. The necklace theft had been the first clue. It wasn't just a random crime. It was too neat, too planned. Then there was the Canon Pennyfather, the forgetful clergyman who seemed to know more than he let on. His odd behaviour, losing his train ticket, wandering the hotel at strange hours, felt like part of a bigger game. And the train robbery, reported just days ago, had left a trail of clues pointing right back to Bertram's. Miss Marple had overheard a porter talking about a delivery. That didn't sound like luggage. She had seen faces in the hotel, people she swore she'd met years ago, in very different circumstances. And then there was the guest found unconscious in a locked room, with no explanation but plenty of suspicion. It all added up to one thing. Bertram's hotel was a front. Not just a hotel, but a clever cover for something criminal. A network, perhaps, of thieves or worse, working together under the guise of perfect hospitality. Miss Marple's fingers tightened around her teacup. She had to find the mastermind, the one pulling the strings. The lounge door opened, and Inspector Davy walked in. He was a sturdy man with a kind face, but his eyes were sharp, like Miss Marple's. He had been poking around the hotel for days, asking questions about the necklace and the locked room incident. Miss Marple liked him. He didn't underestimate her, not like some policemen did. She caught his eye and gave a small nod. He walked over, pulling up a chair. "Good afternoon, Miss Marple," he said, his voice low. "Mind if I join you?" "No, at all, Inspector," she replied, her voice soft and sweet. "I was just enjoying the view." He chuckled. "You don't miss much, do you? I've been watching you, watching everyone else." Miss Marple smiled faintly. "An old lady has little else to do but notice things." "I bet you've noticed plenty," he said, leaning closer. "What's your take on this place?" She tilted her head as if thinking it over. "It's a lovely hotel, Inspector. Almost too lovely. Everything runs so smoothly, don't you think? Almost rehearsed. Inspector Davy's eyes gleamed. Rehearsed, that's a good word for it. I've been digging into the staff. They're clean on paper. Too clean. No one's that perfect. Miss Marple nodded. In my village, when things seem too perfect, it's usually because someone's hiding something. Like Mrs. Barton, years ago, she kept her garden spotless to distract from the stolen silver she was hiding. The inspector raised an eyebrow. You think Bertram's is hiding something big? I think, Miss Marple said carefully, that this hotel is more than it seems. The necklace, the train robbery, the locked room, they're all connected. And someone here is very clever, making sure it all looks like chance. Inspector Davy leaned back, rubbing his chin. I've got my eye on a few people. Lady Bess, for one. She's got a wild past, rumours of shady dealings. And Humphreys, the manager. He's too smooth, knows too much about everyone. Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. Oh, yes, Mr. Humphreys is very observant, but so is Lady Bess. And then there's Canon Pennyfather. He's not quite what he seems, is he? The inspector frowned. The clergyman? He's a bit dotty, but harmless. Perhaps, Miss Marple said. Or perhaps he's playing a part. In St. Mary Mead, we had a vicar once who wasn't a vicar at all. He was very good at seeming forgetful. Inspector Davy stared at her. You're full of surprises, aren't you? All right, let's say you're right. What's the next move? Miss Marple folded her hands. We need to catch them in the act. They're planning something. Another robbery, perhaps, or something bigger. I heard a porter mention a delivery tonight. It didn't sound like luggage. The inspector's face hardened. Tonight, you say? That's a lead. I'll have my men watch the exits. But we need more. We need to know who's behind it. Miss Marple's mind whirred. She thought of Lady Bess, with her bold laugh and quick eyes. She thought of Mr. Humphreys, always watching, always smiling. And she thought of Canon Pennyfather, who seemed so absent-minded, but always turned up at the right moment. One of them was the key. One of them was the mastermind. I have an idea, she said softly, but it will take a bit of theatre. Inspector Davy grinned. I like theatre. Tell me more. That evening, the lounge was busier than usual. Guests sipped, tea chatted and laughed, unaware of the trap being set. Miss Marple had suggested a simple plan. Spread a rumour that the police had found a clue about the necklace, a clue pointing to someone at Bertram's. The rumour would flush out the mastermind, who would surely make a move to cover their tracks. Inspector Davy had his men in plain clothes scattered around the hotel. One pretended to be a guest, reading a newspaper in the lobby. Another lingered by the front desk, chatting with a porter. Miss Marple sat in her usual spot, knitting, her eyes darting from face to face. She had dropped the rumour herself, in her quiet way. Over tea, she'd mentioned to a chatty maid that the police had found a monogrammed handkerchief near the necklaces, hiding place. The maid, wide-eyed, had promised to keep it secret, but clearly couldn't resist gossiping. By now, the whole hotel was buzzing. Miss Marple watched Lady Bess first. The heiress was at her usual table, her red dress bright against the soft lighting. She laughed loudly, but her eyes flicked toward the door every few minutes. Nervous, Miss Marple thought, or waiting for something. Mr. Humphreys moved through the lounge, stopping to greet guests. His smile was perfect. but Miss Marple noticed his hands, clenched tightly when he thought no one was looking. He paused by Lady Bess's table, and they exchanged a quick glance. Too quick, Miss Marple thought, like they shared a secret. Canon Pennyfather was there too, fumbling with his teacup. He spilled a bit, apologized loudly, and laughed. But Miss Marple saw his eyes, sharp, not foggy at all. He was watching the room, just like she was. The clock struck 9. Miss Marple's heart beat faster. The delivery was supposed to happen soon, according to the porter's slip. She glanced at Inspector Davy, who stood by the fireplace, pretending to warm his hands. He gave her a tiny nod. Then it happened. A porter hurried through the lounge, carrying a small package. He didn't go to the front desk, as he should have. Instead, he slipped through a side door toward the service stairs. Miss Marple's needles stopped. That was it, the move they'd been waiting for. Inspector Davy signalled his men. 2 followed the porter quietly. Miss Marple set her knitting down and stood, moving slowly toward the side door. She didn't want to draw attention, but she needed to see what happened next. In the hallway, she heard voices, low, urgent. She crept closer, her soft shoes silent on the carpet. The porter was speaking to someone, his voice nervous. "It's done, sir," he said. "The package is ready. But the police, they're asking about a handkerchief." "Quiet, you fool," a voice hissed. Miss Marple froze. That voice, smooth, calm, but sharp. It was Mr. Humphreys. She peeked around the corner. The porter stood, with a small box, his hands shaking. Mr. Humphreys took it, his face cold. "Get back to work," he snapped, "and keep your mouth shut." The porter scurried off. Mr. Humphreys turned toward the stairs, but then he stopped. His head tilted, as if he sensed something. Miss Marple held her breath, stepping back into the shadows. Another figure appeared, Lady Bess. Her red dress swished as she approached. "Is it ready?" she asked, her voice low. Humphreys nodded. "It's set for midnight. The car's waiting, but we need to move fast. The police are sniffing around." Lady Bess's laugh was sharp. "Let them sniff. They won't find anything, not if we stick to the plan." Miss Marple's mind raced. Lady Bess and Humphreys were in it together. But there was still something missing. They were too confident, too sure. Someone else was calling the shots, someone who stayed in the background. She slipped back to the lounge, her heart pounding. Inspector Davy was waiting. She whispered what she'd seen, and his face hardened. Humphreys and Lady Bess. "Tidwafute," muttered. "I knew it. But they're not the top. There's someone else." Miss Marple nodded. "I think I know who, but we need proof." She glanced at Canon Pennyfather, who was now reading a newspaper, his glasses slipping down his nose. Too calm, she thought, too perfectly clumsy. "Let's set another trap," she said. "This time for the real mastermind." The plan was simple but bold. Miss Marple told Inspector Davy to announce that the police had found a hidden ledger, a book listing every crime tied to Bertram's. They would say it was locked in the hotel safe, waiting for the police chief to collect it. If the mastermind was here, they wouldn't be able to resist checking the safe. Inspector Davy spread the word through his men, loud enough for the staff to overhear. By 10 o'clock, the hotel was buzzing again. Miss Marple sat in the lounge, watching. At 10:30, Canon Pennyfather stood, stretching as if tired. He dropped his newspaper, fumbled to pick it up, and shuffled toward the lobby. Miss Marple's eyes followed him. He didn't go to his room. Instead, he headed toward the manager's office, where the safe was kept. She nodded to Inspector Davy, who followed at a distance. Miss Marple stayed in the lounge, knowing she couldn't keep up. But her mind was already putting the pieces together. Minutes later, Inspector Davy returned, his face grim. "We caught him," he said. "Canon Pennyfather, or whatever his real name is. He was trying to crack the safe, had tools hidden in his coat." Miss Marple's eyes widened, but she wasn't surprised. "And the ledger?" Davy grinned. "There is no ledger. It was a bluff, but he fell for it." Miss Marple leaned back, satisfied. "He's the one, Inspector. The forgetful clergyman act. It was perfect. No one suspects a bumbling old man. But he was always there, always listening. He knew every move." Davy nodded. "We searched his room, found papers, plans, names, dates. He's been running a network of thieves, using Bertram's as a base. Humphreys and Lady Bess were his lieutenants, but he was the brains." Miss Marple sighed. "It's always the quiet ones, isn't it? Like Mr. Thompson in St. Mary Mead. He seemed so dull, but he was cheating everyone at cards." The inspector laughed. "You're one of a kind, Miss Marple. We'd have missed him without you," she smiled modestly. "I just noticed things, Inspector, that's all." By midnight, the hotel was in chaos. Police swarmed the lobby, arresting Humphreys, Lady Bess, and several staff members. Canon Pennyfather, or rather Mr. Arthur Langley, a known criminal mastermind, was led away in handcuffs, his bumbling act gone. Guests whispered, shocked as the truth came out. Bertram's hotel had been a front for a crime ring, stealing jewels, robbing trains, and more, all under the cover of perfect service. Miss Marple watched from her chair, her knitting back in, her hands. The lounge was quieter now, the fire still crackling. She felt a small pang of sadness. Bertram's had been so charming, so like the old days, but beneath the charm there was greed and deceit, just like in St. Mary Mead. Inspector Davy approached, tipping his hat. "We owe you, Miss Marple. Care to join us for the paperwork?" She shook her head, smiling. "Oh no, Inspector. I'll leave that to you. I have a train to catch tomorrow." He chuckled. "Back to your village?" "Yes," she said. "It's quieter there, usually." As he walked away, Miss Marple picked up her needles. The case was solved, the mastermind revealed. Bertram's hotel would never be the same, but justice had been served. And that, she thought, was enough for an old lady like her. Chapter 14. Checkmate at Bertram. Miss Jane Marple sat quietly in the lounge of Bertram's hotel, her knitting needles moving steadily in her hands. The room was softer now, with fewer guests whispering over tea. The fire in the hearth glowed, casting long shadows across the polished floor. To anyone passing by, she was just an old lady, lost in her thoughts, her white hair tucked under a lace cap. But Miss Marple's eyes were sharp, darting from face to face, her mind working like a puzzle box, fitting every piece into place. The night before had been a whirlwind. Inspector Davy and his men had caught Canon Pennyfather, or rather, Arthur Langley, the mastermind behind the hotel's criminal network. Papers found in his room proved he'd been running a web of thieves, using Bertram's as a base for stealing jewels, robbing trains, and more. Mr. Humphreys, the smooth-talking manager, and Lady Bess Sedgwick, the bold heiress, were his right hand, helpers. They were all in custody now, but Miss Marple wasn't satisfied. She'd seen too many schemes in St. Mary Mead to believe it was over. There were still loose ends, small clues that didn't quite fit. And Miss Marple never left a puzzle unfinished. She sipped her tea, her eyes scanning the lounge. The guests who remained were nervous, their chatter quieter than usual. The news of the arrests had spread like wildfire. The stolen necklace, the train robbery, the guest found unconscious in a locked room. It was all part of Langley's plan, with Bertram's as the perfect disguise. The staff, once so polished, now seemed shaken. A young maid dropped a tray, her hands trembling. A porter avoided eye contact as he hurried past. Miss Marple noticed it all. Something was still wrong. Someone was still hiding. Inspector Davy approached, his sturdy frame filling the doorway. He had a kind face, but his eyes were sharp, like hers. "Morning, Miss Marple," he said, pulling up a chair. "You're up early." "I like the quiet," she replied, her voice soft. "It helps me think." He chuckled. "You've done plenty of thinking already. We've got Langley, Humphreys and Lady Bess locked up. The case is nearly closed, thanks to you." Miss Marple's needles paused. "Nearly closed, Inspector. Or completely." He frowned, leaning closer. "What's on your mind? You look like you've spotted something we missed." She smiled faintly. "In my village, Inspector, things are never quite as simple as they seem. Like Mrs. Carter, who swore she'd lost her brooch, but it was her cousin hiding it to cause trouble. I can't help but wonder, is Mr. Langley really the top of this scheme?" Davy's eyes widened. "You think there's someone else? We've got his papers, names, dates, plans. It's airtight." "Perhaps," Miss Marple said, her voice gentle but firm. "But I've been thinking about the porter, the one who carried that package last night. He was nervous, yes, but he didn't act surprised when Mr. Humphreys took it, almost as if he knew more than he let on. And then there's the maid, Jenny. She's been avoiding me since yesterday, when I mentioned the handkerchief." Davy rubbed his chin. "You're saying there's another player? Someone lower down, maybe?" "Or someone higher," Miss Marple said. "Someone who let Mr. Langley take the fall. In St. Mary Mead, the cleverest crooks always have a shadow. Someone who stays out of sight." The inspector leaned back, his face serious. "All right, let's say you're right. How do we catch this shadow?" Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. "We set a trap, Inspector. A little game of chess. And this time we'll play checkmate." The plan was simple but clever, just the way Miss Marple liked it. She and Inspector Davy would spread a new rumour. The police had found a second ledger, hidden somewhere in the hotel, with names of every person in the crime ring. They'd say it was locked in a secret safe, known only to the hotel's owner. The rumour would reach the staff through a chatty guest Miss Marple had befriended, Mrs. Lumley, who loved to gossip. If there was another mastermind, or someone desperate to stay hidden, they'd try to find that ledger before the police did. Inspector Davy was sceptical, but game. "You're a sly one, Miss Marple," he said, grinning. "I'll have my men watch every corner. If anyone makes a move, we'll catch them. Miss Marple nodded. "And I'll watch the lounge. People show their true selves when they think no one's looking." By noon, the rumour was spreading. Mrs. Lumley, bless her, couldn't resist telling the maids about the secret ledger. Soon the staff was whispering, their eyes darting nervously. Miss Marple sat in her usual spot, knitting, her ears tuned to every sound. She noticed Jenny, the young maid, hovering near the front desk, her face pale. The porter, Tom, was there too, polishing the same brass knob over and over. Miss Marple's needles clicked steadily, but her mind was racing. At 2:00, something shifted. Jenny slipped away from the desk, heading toward the service stairs. Miss Marple caught Inspector Davy's eye and gave a tiny nod. He followed the maid, keeping his distance. Miss Marple stayed put, watching Tom. The porter's hands were shaking now, and he kept glancing at the clock. She knew that look, guilt mixed with fear. She'd seen it on young Billy in St. Mary Mead, when he'd stolen apples and thought no one noticed. She stood, tucking her knitting into her bag, and wandered toward the lobby, her steps slow and deliberate. She paused near Tom, pretending to adjust her scarf. "Oh dear," she said, her voice frail. "I seem to have lost my spectacles. Have you seen them, young man?" Tom jumped, his face red. No, ma'am," he stammered. I'll ask the desk." "No need," Miss Marple said sweetly. "I'll check the office. I hear there's a safe there. Perhaps someone put them inside for safekeeping." Tom's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. "The safe. I don't know anything about that." "Of course not," she said, patting his arm. "You're far too busy." But as she turned away, she saw him hurry towards the service door. "Got you," she thought. She signalled a plainclothes officer nearby, who followed Tom. Miss Marple returned to her chair, her heart beating faster. The trap was working. Now they just had to wait. An hour later, Inspector Davy returned, his face grim but excited. "You were right," he said, sitting beside her. "Jenny tried to break into the owner's office. She had a key, must have stolen it. We caught her red-handed searching for that ledger." Miss Marple's needles paused, and "Tom? He's in on it too," Davy said. "My man followed him to the basement. He was trying to burn a notebook. Looked like a list of names and dates. We stopped him just in time." Miss Marple nodded, her mind fitting the pieces together. Jenny and Tom, they weren't just following orders, were they? They knew too much. Davy leaned closer. "You're right." Jenny cracked under questioning. "She says there's someone else, someone above Langley. She wouldn't give a name, but she's scared. Says this person runs everything, even from outside the hotel." Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. "Outside the hotel, or perhaps closer than we think. Did you notice Mr. Willis, the accountant? He's been here every day, always in the background, checking ledgers, smiling quietly." Davy frowned. "Willis? The little man with glasses. He seems harmless." "So did Mr. Langley," Miss Marple said softly. "In St. Mary Mead, we had a shopkeeper, Mr. Green. Quiet, polite, always counting coins. Turned out he was forging checks for years. Mr. Willis is like that, always watching, always listening." The inspector rubbed his chin. "You think he's the real mastermind?" "I think," Miss Marple said, "that we need to test him. One last move. The final trap was set for that evening." Inspector Davy announced, loudly enough for the staff to hear, that the police had found the second ledger in the owner's safe and would collect it at midnight. He stationed officers around the hotel, watching every exit. Miss Marple suggested a twist. They'd leave a fake ledger in the office, marked with a bright red cover to make it tempting. If Mr. Willis was the mastermind, he'd try to get it before the police did. The lounge was quiet that evening, the air thick with tension. Guests sipped tea, unaware of the drama unfolding. Miss Marple sat by the window, her knitting untouched. She watched Mr. Willis, who was at a small table, scribbling in a notebook. His glasses glinted in the lamplight, and his smile was calm, too calm. At 11 o'clock he stood, stretching as if tired. He tucked his notebook under his arm and wandered toward the lobby. Miss Marple's heart skipped. She nodded to Davy, who was pretending to read a newspaper nearby. Mr. Willis didn't go to his room. Instead, he slipped into the hallway leading to the owner's office. Inspector Davy followed, his steps silent. Miss Marple stayed in the lounge, knowing she couldn't keep up, but her mind was already picturing the scene. Minutes later, Davy returned, his face triumphant. "We got him," he whispered. "Willis was at the safe, trying to pick the lock. The fake ledger was right there, and he couldn't resist. We caught him with tools in his hands." Miss Marple let out a small breath. "And the real ledger?" Davy grinned. "We found it in his room, hidden in a false-bottomed suitcase. It's got everything, names, dates, even bank accounts. Willis was the brains all along. Langley was just his front, taking the fall if things went wrong." Miss Marple nodded, satisfied, like Mr. Green in St. Mary Mead, always in the shadows, letting others take the blame. Davy shook his head, amazed. "You're a wonder, Miss Marple. How do you know?" She smiled modestly. "I just notice things, Inspector. People are the same, whether in a village or a grand hotel. They can't help showing who they are." By midnight, Bertram's hotel was a hive of activity. Police swarmed the halls, arresting Jenny, Tom, and Mr. Willis. The accountant's calm façade crumbled as he was led away, his glasses slipping down his nose. Guests gathered in the lobby whispering, shocked to learn the truth. Bertram's had been a front for a vast crime ring, with Willis pulling the strings. He'd used Langley, Humphreys, and Lady Bess to carry out his plans, while he stayed in the background, counting profits. Inspector Davy oversaw the arrests, his men rounding up the last of the staff involved. The fake ledger had done its job, flushing out the true mastermind. Miss Marple watched from her chair, her knitting back in her hands. The lounge felt different now, less polished, less perfect. The charm of Bertram's was gone, but so was the danger. Davy approached, tipping his hat. "It's done, Miss Marple. The whole ring's finished. We couldn't have done it without you." She smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Oh, I just gave a little nudge, Inspector. You and your men did the real work." He laughed. "You're too modest. Care to join us for the report? The chief will want to hear about this." Miss Marple shook her head. "No, thank you. I have a train to catch. In the morning, St. Mary Mead is waiting." "Back to your quiet village?" he asked, grinning. "Yes," she said, "though it's never quite as quiet as people think." As Davy walked away, Miss Marple picked up her needles. The case was closed, the culprits caught. Bertram's hotel would never be the same, its secrets laid bare. But justice had been served, and that was enough for an old lady like her. She thought of St. Mary Mead, with its gossip and gardens, and smiled. There was always another puzzle waiting, even in a quiet village. Chapter 15. Departure from Bertram's. Miss Jane Marple sat in the lounge of Bertram's hotel, her knitting needles resting in her lap. The room was quiet now, the fire in the hearth burning low, casting soft shadows across the polished wood floor. Her small suitcase sat by her feet, packed and ready for her morning train back to St. Mary Mead. To anyone watching, she was just an old lady, her white hair tucked under a neat lace cap, her eyes gentle and calm. But Miss Marple's mind was as sharp as ever, turning over the events of the past days like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, now complete. The hotel felt different today. The arrests last night had stripped away its charm. Mr. Willis, the quiet accountant, had been unmasked as the mastermind of a vast crime ring, using Bertram's as a front for stealing jewels, robbing trains, and more. His accomplices, Arthur Langley, who'd played the forgetful Canon Pennyfather, Mr. Humphreys, the smooth manager, Lady Bess Sedgwick, the bold heiress, and even Jenny the maid and Tom the porter, were all in custody. The police, led by Inspector Davy, had swept through the hotel, rounding up the culprits and uncovering their secrets. Guests whispered in corners, shocked that such a grand place could hide such dark deeds. But Miss Marple wasn't shocked. She'd seen it before, in her little village of St. Mary Mead, where smiles often hid lies. She sipped her tea, her eyes wandering over the lounge. The velvet curtains, the gleaming silver teapots, the soft hum of polite chatter. It was all still there, but the magic was gone. Bertram's had been a dream of the past, a place where time seemed to stand still. Now, with the truth laid bare, it was just a building, its secrets spilled like tea from a cracked cup. Miss Marple felt a pang of sadness. She'd loved the hotel's old-world charm, the way it reminded her of her youth. But she'd also known, from the moment she arrived, that something was wrong. The staff was too perfect, the guests too carefully placed, like actors in a play, and Miss Marple had always been good at spotting a bad performance. Her thoughts drifted to the case. It had started with the stolen necklace, a flashy theft that seemed simple but wasn't. Then came the train robbery, with clues pointing back to the hotel. The guest found unconscious in a locked room, the late-night whispers, the familiar faces from her past. It all pointed to a bigger scheme. Miss Marple had watched and listened, her quiet ways letting her blend into the background. She'd noticed the nervous glances, the too-perfect service, the way certain people, like Lady Bess or Mr. Humphreys, seemed to know more than they said. And Canon Pennyfather, with his bumbling act, had been the biggest clue of all. He wasn't a clergyman, but Arthur Langley, a criminal playing a part, yet even he wasn't the top. Mr. Willis, the quiet accountant, had been the real puppet master. Pulling strings from the shadows, Miss Marple's needles clicked softly as she thought of St. Mary Mead. The village was small, with its gossip and gardens, but it had taught her everything she needed to crack this case. People were the same everywhere, she thought. They hid their greed, their fear, their lies, but they always showed themselves in the end. Like Mrs. Carter in St. Mary Mead, who'd smiled so sweetly while stealing from the church fund, or Mr. Green, the shopkeeper who'd forged cheques behind his polite counter. Bertram's was just a bigger stage, with fancier costumes, but the players were no different. The lounge door opened, and Inspector Davy stepped in. His sturdy frame filled the doorway, his kind face softened by a smile. He'd been a good partner, Miss Marple thought, never brushing her off like some policemen did. He saw her and walked over, pulling up a chair. "Morning, Miss Marple," he said, his voice warm. "All packed for your train?" "Yes, Inspector," she replied, her voice soft. "I'm ready to go home." He chuckled. "After all this, I bet St. Mary Mead will feel like a holiday." She smiled faintly. "It's never quite as quiet as people think, but it suits me." Davy leaned closer, his eyes serious. "I wanted to thank you again. We'd have missed Willis without you. That fake ledger trick, pure genius." Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. "Oh, it was just a little nudge, Inspector. You did the hard work." He shook his head, grinning. "You're too modest. The chief's singing your praises, says you should join the force." She laughed softly, her needles pausing. "I'm far too old for that. Besides, I prefer my knitting. It gives me time to think." Davy's grin faded, and he lowered his voice. "There's one thing I don't get. How do you know Willis was the real boss? Langley had all the papers, the plans. He looked like the mastermind." Miss Marple folded her hands. "In St. Mary Mead, the cleverest people stay out of sight. Mr. Willis was always there in the background, watching. He was too quiet, too ordinary, like Mr. Thompson, a man in my village who cheated at cards but acted so dull no one suspected him. Mr. Willis let Langley take the spotlight, knowing he'd take the fall if things went wrong." Davy nodded, impressed. "You've got a gift, Miss Marple. You see things we miss." "I just notice people," she said simply. "They can't help showing who they are if you watch long enough." The inspector stood, tipping his hat. "Well, we've got the lot of them. Willis, Langley, Humphreys, Lady Bess, Jenny, Tom. The hotel's owner is cooperating. Says he had no idea what was going on. I believe him. Willis was too clever to let him in on it." Miss Marple nodded. "It's a shame, really. Bertram's was so lovely. But I suppose even lovely things can hide secrets." Davy smiled. "You take care, Miss Marple. If you're ever back in London, look me up." "I will," she said, her eyes warm. "Good luck, Inspector." As he walked away, Miss Marple picked up her knitting. The lounge was nearly empty now, the few remaining guests subdued. She thought of the necklace sparkling in the thief's hands. She thought of the train robbery, planned in whispered meetings. She thought of the locked room, a puzzle meant to confuse, and she thought of Mr. Willis, with his quiet smile and sharp eyes, thinking he could outsmart everyone. But he hadn't outsmarted her. A young porter approached, his face nervous. "Miss Marple, your taxi's here, ma'am, for the station." "Thank you, dear," she said, standing slowly. She tucked her knitting into her bag and picked up her suitcase. The porter offered to carry it, but she shook her head. "I can manage. You've got enough to do." He blushed and hurried off. Miss Marple walked through the lobby, her steps steady. The grand chandelier sparkled above, but it seemed dimmer now, as if the hotel's heart had stopped beating. Tune. stared as she passed, some whispering. They'd heard about the arrests, about the old lady who'd helped the police. Miss Marple didn't mind. She was used to whispers. Outside the morning was crisp, the air cool against her face. The taxi waited, its engine humming softly. She took one last look at Bertram's hotel, its elegant façade still beautiful despite everything. It reminded her of a house in St. Mary Mead, where a kind old woman had turned out to be a poisoner. Things weren't always what they seemed. The driver opened the door, and Miss Marple climbed in, settling her suitcase beside her. "Paddington Station, please," she said. As the taxi pulled away, she leaned back, her mind drifting. The case was solved, the culprits caught. Bertram's would go on, perhaps under new management, but it would never be the same. She thought of Lady Bess, with her bold laugh and clever lies. She thought of Mr. Humphreys, whose smooth manners hid a thief's heart. She thought of Jenny and Tom, scared and loyal to the wrong people. And she thought of Mr. Willis, the quiet man who'd almost gotten away with it all. The taxi rolled through London's busy streets, past shops and buses and people hurrying to work. Miss Marple watched them, her eyes bright. People were the same everywhere, she thought. In London or St. Mary Mead, they loved, they lied, they hid, but they always left clues if you knew where to look. At the station she paid the driver and stepped onto the platform. The train to St. Mary Mead was waiting, its whistle blowing. She found her seat by the window, settling in with her knitting. The carriage was warm, the seats soft, and she felt a quiet satisfaction. Justice had been served, as it always should be. As the train pulled away, Miss Marple thought of her village. There would be tea with Mrs. Price, gossip with Miss Hartnell, and perhaps a new puzzle to solve. St. Mary Mead was never as quiet as people thought, and that suited her just fine. She smiled, her needles clicking softly, and watched the city fade into the distance.